Good evening, everybody in the collegiate esports fan base. It is time for another evening here at the NECC, and it's Overwatch 2 o'clock. I'm here, I'm in a class with Chef Billy tonight, and Billy, it's been a while since we've been on the camera together, but I'm looking forward to it because we got some fun stuff coming up tonight.
It's so nice having a buddy here on cast with me, and NECC is always my Overwatch Thursdays has become a regular thing for me here over the past couple of years. So we lost our first game tonight, but that's okay because we got two good games coming out here tonight. We're going to start in the Champions Division. Here's a look at our schedule right here. We're going to start with Carleton Ravens varsity going up against the University of Ottawa Garnet team. Then we will be followed in the same division here, the Champions Division, going with SFU Raccoons up against the Inferno. And yeah, that'll be with myself and Jeff to close out the night, and we will have some fun getting from here to there. But let's take a look at Carleton Ravens varsity squad as we take a look at their people here. We got Yeti, Min, Crodix, Onamoto, and Rich Dova, and they are coming in with I believe it is a 2-0 record here on the season, having beaten RPI Black and OTSU Varsity on the way into week number 3.
Clean 3-0s as well, so they do not know what it is to take a map loss just yet. Maybe they can get a change in venue tonight when they go up against the University of Ottawa Garnet, which, yes, their roster also exists. Obviously, it does. They're currently on a 1-1 record, so they are looking to make that a positive one. Currently, their lineup, what they're starting to be started with, is going to be Norman, V-Striker, Dunks Supreme, and Ice Volcano. I like those dichotomies, always coming back and forth. It's cold, it's hot, it's right in between. Let's see which one they're going to be bringing us tonight as we line up for this. Of course, our schedule isn't really going to change in terms of map order, but it's always nice to remind everybody because we're going to be starting here on a control and going over to hybrid flashpoints. If we need them, there is still a push and escort option with a first to 3, and with a clean 3-0 double from the Carleton Ravens, we might be in for a end after flashpoints, but that's all remains to be seen when the players get to the field.
Yeah, especially with uOttawa going down 1-3 last week. They took one on the chin there, Classy, and well, they're looking to rebound this week. Scarlet Rain taking them down in pretty convincing fashion off stream last week. So, this is a chance for the team to get themselves back into the winning ways because they did win their first week 3-0. So I think that Busan will be a good place for them to start that comeback trail and see if they can get back into their winning ways. And of course, Carleton, the Ravens, they're looking to continue on with their 3 Overwatch and go to 3-0 on the season.
They sure are, and it's always worth reminding that because it's still early in the season, both these teams haven't faced off against similar opponents yet. So while we do have their game record and we know they're currently on their standings, it's always a little bit of a grain of salt. Like, it's always tricky to find that strength of schedule comparison and truly know. So as much as we are currently putting Carleton Ravens as a little bit of the favorite, Ottawa Garnet definitely here to show that they have a place in the Champions Division, and that place maybe should be higher than Carleton Ravens. As we indeed are going to be running out on Busan in the near future. Map hasn't really changed. We've had the addition of Samoa recently. There's been a lot of balance changes. Billy, do you really think anything's changed in terms of like the last meta that we've had on Busan?
Not really. I mean, you tend to see the same heroes come out, especially tank-wise. Zarya has made a little bit of a comeback here after the recent balance patches and giving her that extra little bit oomph of the projected barrier. So we'll see how this goes. I think that we still rely pretty heavily on comfort picks here in the Champions Division. You could see a little bit more of the meta adhesion that we see from the higher levels of play. But I think for these two teams, I think they're going to come out, they're going to slug it out here on Mecha base first. And I think we're going to see some pretty good brawl coming out the gate.
I was going to say, look, with the one thing I am waiting for, and the one thing that you're almost a fool if you're not going to be running here on Mecha Base, is going to be that new empowered Mei. The true Queen of Frost has gotten a very significant buff recently. I mean, the slow might be a little bit different, but since the slow instantly starts at a set rate, and the damage has been amped by almost 50% on that primary fire, Mei is definitely a close quarters thing to behold, and with Mecha Base That should be something they're coming both out with. The teams are indeed doing that. 2 Mace coming out. The difference is the tank call here. And they're going to square off, as usual, on this high ground.
Well, I like the Sigma pick here because of the kinetic grasp, and it gives you that overshielding when you do face off against a Bastion. I think that the real battle is going to become between Yeti and Norman on these mates. Who's going to get the better walls?
Well, the first wall's already out from Yeti. Norman is looking for it. Also gets it out after the Immortality Field from Supreme also gets used. Rich Dove at a little bit of a... good spot there. Nina takes out V-Striker, and there goes Dunks as well, losing that big DPS chunk of the Bastion, really hurting Carleton Ravens at the moment. And Carleton Ravens, they are in a good position, so they will be able to take the point first. Fairly easy fight as soon as the Bastion went down.
Yep, I mean, it was a good wall. I mean, you saw the forced wall out of Norman first, and then the following wall coming out from Yeti was just that little bit better. And they closed the fight out. I mean, look at these charges already. The Bastion for Carleton almost at 70%.
How are they going to get through that choke? That's always the question here. They do get through, both walls getting used. No, I think it's just the one from Norman again, but that's an Amplification Matrix Bastion. They're going to just shred through everything. This is not even a fight. This is just a shooting range.
The slaughter is complete. There's the Gong of Death coming through for Carleton. So 2 fights, 2 wins. You've got the artillery strike ready to go. And, I mean, there's just a difference in class between these 2 Bastions. Artillery strike already online for min. V-Striker not even at 50%.
They haven't really gotten a chance to play, right? I mean, they just go down first in this fight. There's nothing they can do. The Blizzard comes out, and when you're Ottawa Garnet here, what are you even gonna do? I mean, they do need a good ult cycle to start rolling. They haven't even been able to use any ultimates so far, and with them coming online, and Carl just using them, this might be their chance.
Yeah, I mean, you've got the gravitic flux coming in from Carleton Ravens. So, I mean, if you decide to go in with a Shatter and you actually throw that wall up,
no.
You might have a free one. Oh, no.
V-Striker down again. There goes a Gravitic Flux from behind as well. How did Chronics even get there is the question. The Blizzard as a counter does come through, but no follow-up in terms of damage, because again, they're missing that big damage dealer in the Bastion. You can be in your block all you want, Norman, but that's just going to be a stagger, as the rest of Ottawa is just going to be in the spawn room for now. And the Carleton Ravens, they are showing why they've been 2-0 in the standings with 2 3-0s on the board.
All right, so the final fight coming up here. Norman swapping over to the Genji for a little bit more speed, maybe a little bit of deflection as well. But, I mean, look at that wall and the experimental barrier coming out nice and toasty there.
They do get through without losing anybody due to the sound barrier of Ice Volcano. They won't have it for the rest of the fight, but it got them through the door. That might be all they need to actually get a fight going. They do lose Supreme fairly early here, and the Shatter goes into the Sigma barrier. Oh no, everything you had thrown into nothingness, as Ottawa is just fighting against Carleton. But fighting is all they can do. They're not able to win anything out of it. 10% was all they got in the middle of that. And with 100-10, it's the first point going over to the Carleton Ravens.
Aggression was really rewarded there for Carleton. They just walked on top of Ottawa and had their way with them. So, I mean, for Ottawa, they need to be able to meet that aggression coming in. Looks like we're going to have the swap here from Dunks coming in with the Sigma of their own as we are going to head into downtown. We used to talk about this being a monkey map. It used to be a very good diva map as well, being able to use the high and low ground. Now it's just a knockdown, drag them out fight on the point. And, once again, these Mays, we saw the May swap coming from Norman. Yeti's going to continue to play this here. Soldier's actually going to have a little bit more of a better time trying to close in on targets, Classy, because you have the mobility that can get around the wall.
Billy, of course, we do have to take that last map with a little bit of a grain of snow, as I would almost say, because of, the way that map's laid out that may get so much value with the walls. Not so much here on City Center, as these teams do get going against each other on that first fight. It is Ottawa Garnet that actually takes a huge win here, takes out the triple kill. They're going to take the first point capture, so a world of difference from that first point. Instant domination.
That's just a great rotation, and they caught it so clean there for them. So this is going to be a little bit of an adjustment here for Carleton. They swap to the Soldier of their own, so now Mirror Cop's coming out from both sides. Let's see how Yeti does on a more precise hero.
Yeah, of course, hit scan versus projectile is a very big deal in terms of difference for DPS players, especially if it's not your specialty. That timing can be tricky. both for abilities as well as for the primary and secondary fires. Now it's going to be Minimin just instantly going, well, ham, honestly, on the Bastion. Once again, gets the double elimination out. Yeti and Chronix following up, and that should be a fairly quick fight win for Carleton Ravens. 35%, but that's already 25 more than they got last point, Billy.
Yeah, I mean, you'll take that, and you have some options now. You've got the window to open up this next fight. You're also leading in the sound barrier department, so they're gonna have to probably hold that for the incoming Gravitic Flux. We'll see you. They can combo anything with it, or they can get a pick off that ultimate.
Nice amplification matrix from the high ground. You don't expect the Bastion to be there, but guess who was there? It was indeed the Bastion. Gets the elimination onto Dunks instantly with all that damage. Norman does find Chronix, so both Sigmas out of it. That does mean Carleton Ravens is still in the positional advantage. Of course, they do have the points, but University of Ottawa does have the quicker respawn to get back to this engagement, and they're going to do so with the Lucio. Speed straight onto the objective with their Sigma, and now they are the ones in the driver's seat, going straight ham on this Baptiste. Not going to be able to get out. That is an instant Gravitic Flux elimination before they even get down. And they're going to flip that point. But with the re-engagement of the Bastion of Minimin, that's going to be an instant elimination of the V-Striker. Once again, they keep getting away with it. They keep finding the Bastion, and now the ultimate is out. They do somehow get the environmental elimination on that little Omnic. So it is still a pretty decent fight here for Ottawa Garnet. And with it, with the Immortality Field, it's going to be an even longer stall. The Bastion ultimate, as a counter comes out, they get the double as a result, and this long drawn-out fight after they kept the point is all in the favor of Ottawa. They're going to get away with it. They're going to find the last elimination onto Omono, and that is all she wrote for that one. 69% is going to count up, and really, Carleton, only one fight left, and they have got nothing in the bank.
I mean, expensive fight for both teams there. Closest right now is Rich Nova for Carleton.
Dunks.
Be going up against that sound barrier. Oh my word, what a good positioning there, but Minimi didn't confirm the kill there, Classy.
Really good distribution from the healers over there in order to be able to keep V-Striker and everyone else up, and yet he still finds Norman with the burst shot from the railgun. A lot of damage going onto, oh, there's the Bastion actually going down the other side. That's a great start. Usually it's V-Striker that falls, but they find their counterpart first of all this time around. No, Baptiste, you're not going to get away with that. Neither of them actually are, and this team, they're just trading one for one in favor of, well, no one really, but there's a sound barrier advantage from Ottawa. No one can get eliminated with that Gravitic Flux, and that means they're in the driver's seat for now. They're going to be able to take down member after member with their increased health pool, but when your Bastion comes back in shredding, all of a sudden Carleton Ravens sitting pretty with a lot of damage. It's not over just yet though. It's just the Bastion, and if Norman and their Baptiste can be able to do something here, Supreme can just pulled it over the edge. Supreme fought back to the point in order to try and capture it, but Norman didn't follow suit. They got split, and it looks like Carleton Ravens are going to be able to finish this one out with a win, but this drawn fight has been going on forever, and someone needs to reset.
I mean, the swap here from Ristova over to the Kiriko, there's going to be a little bit less of that healing potential coming out from Carleton, but there's an artillery strike and an overclock to deal with it.
Artillery strike will only find the immortality field, so that is already one thorn out of the rose bush, I guess, that Carleton had ready. But there's going to be artillery strike on the other side. There's also going to be a immortality field as well as an amplification matrix, but they need to help out Dunks. Dunks cannot be saved. Immortality field wasn't available anymore. Lord. The Bastion on the other side is found. Amplification matrix is through, but no one touches the point. And unfortunately, as good as that second point was, Carleton Ravens will still walk away with it. You hate to see it, but on the other hand, with that positioning, it was always a possibility.
I mean, the Bastion turret forms getting the wheels down through the Ant Matrix absolutely obliterated the tank there. But man, I mean, this May play here coming from Yeti, absolutely picture perfect. Had a pretty good map there for them, so they do take the 1-0 lead here in our first three, and Hybrid will be coming up next. But I want to talk about the swaps. Swaps when they came through from Norman and from V-Striker. I mean, they really did put a different face on this game. So we'll see what actually comes through, and we'll see if they're able to keep this pressure up that we've been, we saw ratcheted up onto Carleton. Carleton is not used to getting pushed around like this, so there might be a series here, Classy.
For sure. And I mean, we go to Hybrid. We always talk about Hybrid. It comes up every single time I feel like we do this, but King's Row is usually the map of choice. If I look at these two teams, especially if Ottawa gets to choose, I would not opt into that personally.
Oh man, I don't know. I don't know.
I would go somewhere else.
Yeah, Kings Row is not the place to go because Crodix had a really decent map there on the Sigma, having their way with it there. So, and I mean with the May play as well. I mean they just play so well together. We haven't seen the sim come out because May is actually a little bit better. In that respect, if you're running a Lucio, which if you're not running a Lucio in today's economy, you're absolutely dumb. There's just so much potential in the kit to get your team around, and and the sound barrier is a supreme ultimate for me. So I think that we really need to look and see how do we break it down? How do you break down the back line? How do you get into Yeti's face and make them uncomfortable like you did there on downtown, and you force them off the main, you make them put up the goods there with the hit scan, which they ended up actually doing quite well.
They were doing okay. I think Norman was slightly doing a little bit better in terms of the Sojourn matchup, but that makes it again an argument for Ottawa to find that duel again, find that 1v1 versus the May matchup. And that's like, I think that's both why we're saying just don't go to Kings Row, just don't find the May matchup. They're gonna ban out Paraiso at least, so we won't be going to Brazil. But it's going to be the Kings Row pick once again. I mean, we keep advising them against it, but they keep picking it. I think it's just... we could kind of just take away all the other maps out of the map pool, I think. Just... hybrid is just going to be Kings Row from now on. Is that what we're going to do?
I mean, I'm surprised we went to Busan. I was clearly expecting Lijiang. I mean, that's usually your first two maps in every single thing that we cast. It seems like it's always Lijiang followed by Kings Row. So this is actually, I mean, seeing Busan was actually a breath of fresh air. Yeah, I don't get to see that one often enough. But Kings Row, I mean, if you don't know how to play Kings Row, are you really playing Overwatch?
That is a really good question. And I mean, especially in the current meta, like we were saying, right? Like, it's just, why would you ever not pick May? Why would you ever not pick Bastion? Why would you ever not pick either Sigma or Reinhardt? It's probably going to be Reinhardt here, but we'll see. And then Baptiste Lucio is just a logical conclusion after that. So there are some options. Obviously, you can play different things in terms of, style that you prefer. But there's always an argument for if you play it optimally, this is what you do, and that's what meta is called. But as you pointed out before, we are in Champions here. I mean, even though things sort of on base concept might be easy to execute, other things are also easy to execute in a different way and might have personal preference. Maybe we have a Fire and Mercy specialism going on. Maybe we have a Symmetra fan player. Maybe we have something else. Like, there are these options that can be explored, and I do think Kings Row, as much as it is this thing like this is what you play on Kings, this is how you play on Kings Row, when you see teams break that mold, it's also the best map to do that on because it's so well known. So you can throw people for a loop more because they just don't expect you to be that, I would say dumb, but to be that weird.
I mean, it's sensible. It's sensible, and we were talking about sensibility before we came on the broadcast tonight. And I mean, sensible to me is challenging the Bastion, not letting him have free reign from afar. Bringing out a Hanzo. I like the Hanzo look. It not only provides shield break against that experimental barrier, but you get the vision as well from the Sonic Arrow. And then the Storm Arrows can burst down a Bastion, and one-shot potential also. In a line, we're going to do a Congo here coming out of spawn. And we're gonna have a little stone chair here, and everybody's just going to have a little sit and powwow here before we join battle. So, I mean, Yeti back onto the May. I don't hate it. Norman back over to the Sojourn. Had a little bit of a struggle there on Mecha base, but you know what? You got better sight lines here, and you got a lot more area that you can move around and reposition yourself to get maximum value out of the Canadian.
Also, for everyone that might get confused, the teams did swap sides. We have Ottawa on the defense to start off with. Carleton chooses to attack first. Not something you see often, but I can respect it. I can respect the moxie, as we say. Early Immortality field out from Rich Dova. That's not really going to get anything, and that might be a resource they want for an actual fight. It might take a little bit of a break, but Carleton can still go for the aggression. As the cooldowns are down, though, Ottawa going for the aggression, trying to actually force the issue, and they might be able to get away with it. Again, Immortality field gone, and that's going to be your Reinhardt gone as a result. Crodix not there, and they're going to push back. Ottawa show that they're not going to roll over today.
No, I mean that's a great, great bit of aggression that we were sometimes lacking there in Busan. So, I mean, for Ottawa, I mean that's a great fight with. It's an early hold. You take a minute off the clock. Really got to be seeing a lot more patience here coming from Rich Nova with that Immortality Barrier.
It would be an Amplification Matrix matchup as they indeed going to put it down on the back of the point Astra Hotel, but they have a countering Amplification Matrix. Both Bastions going at it. They use Chronic for V-Striker, but it's going to be Ice Volcano and Norman that heavily put it in the favor of Ottawa here. Going to chase down the last few targets. That is again a win for Ottawa as we get the Lucio Ferry back. You got to find your Bastion. V-Striker is a critical part of that team.
Well, you got Gravitic Flux, so that's going to be able to stop at least a little bit of the aggression again. It's going to take everybody down to half health. Depending on how soon Rich Nova goes out with this Immortality Barrier, it could be a done fight.
Good. Gravitic Flux gets 4 in the air. The Blizzard does come out on the other side. Immortality Field does save, but still a lot of damage has been done. Dunks cannot do it all on them by themselves, though. The DPS fallen is a big problem, and that is going to be the first points for Carleton. It took a little bit longer than they maybe are used to, but Ottawa can, I think they can pat themselves on the back a little bit. They can be happy about that one.
Yeah, the fact that they held on to their sound barrier as well is going to help them be able to set up their defense nicely here. Try to contest around Bookstore because look at Chronics all the way up there, Hash Shatter in hand. Once that experimental barrier is gone, this is going to be a bad fight for Ottawa.
It really is. There's the artillery strike from Miniminin. Crodix looking for an angle for the Shatter. Is going to find it. That's 4 on the ground. Good Immortality Field to start blocking. Also Sound Barrier to really secure that hold. Sound Barrier from both sides. And it's going to be Crodix going incredibly low, but not as low as a couple of targets on Ottawa. They're all going to 0. And that is going to be another fight win for Carleton. They're not pushing the payload in the meantime. So at least it's going to be another 2 fights before they can actually get through. But a fight win nonetheless.
Later Sound Barrier, I thought it was actually going to help Ice Volcano, but the losing members so early in the fight really did seal the deal there for Carleton. So, I mean, nice little bit of tech there to get Chronics into position beyond the experimental barrier of Dunks. So they get the value there and are already 33% towards their next Shatter. So this Ryan versus Sigma matchup right now is something that I'm really clued in on.
Ooh, Yeti and Rich Nova go super low, but they don't quite go to 0. They can get healed back up and use the Amplification Matrix. No one really in sight to shoot at, though. Might have been used a little bit early. They just buy space. There is indeed the Blizzard coming out. Yeti will fall as a result. So does Chronics. You do freeze 2 and find V-Striker, but you still have a Sigma in your way. A lot of damage mitigation that you don't know how to deal with if you are your Bastion. And that is going to be a fight win for Ottawa Garnet. They're going to put themselves back in the driver's seat. And with 2 minutes 40 on the clock, this is not a done deal to get point B yet for Carleton.
So what a stagger kill as well on the Rich Dose at the bat.
Really nice.
Take a second to get back. Nice pursuit coming out of Garnet, and they've got themselves a Flux here. And Flux is going to stop the payload progression, at least for a couple of seconds. Once again, it's going to drain everybody of half their health pool. So they've got a serious amount of work here. I want to see what Miniman can get done with this artillery strike. I would like to see them try to force the Immortality Barrier first.
I always like to see that burst shot from the soldier come out. A good Graphitic Flux will get blocked again by the Immortality Field, but they separated Chronic, so they found the tank already. You lose Ice Volcano, but do you really need Ice Volcano for this? There might be a sound barrier issue indeed for coming out for Carleton, just to sustain a little bit longer without their tank, but they need a little bit more. They need to find eliminations, and so far they aren't, because it's going to be Ottawa. No, indeed, Ravens, they do come back with it. Get the triple. The Amplification Matrix for days is going to find those kill values, and that is why the Baptiste is so important. It's not just the Immortality Field, it is that Amplification Matrix. It comes out at any given time and just wrecks teams.
Well, I mean, let's see if they continue this forward possession here. I want to see Yeti actually hold up this corner and get him out there. Oh, they bring the ball to try and get a last-second touch.
They do get the touch, though, and that is a good one. Dunks does lose their life. A lot of ult charge given over, specifically to the Bastion. V-Striker didn't find anything with the artillery strike, bought a little bit of space together with the Wrecking Ball. Now the sound barrier is going to come through. That is the true sustain they needed with the Amplification Matrix. Will they find the value, though? No, they won't, because they get frozen in place. At least Ice Volcano does. There is the ball just coming back into it. That's the advantage. A lot of mobility, quick respawn, not a lot of tank ability, and that is a Bastion that is out of life points. Dunks trying to find safety, but won't be able to. That being said, Ottawa is in a good spot to close this out. It does seem that there's going to be a shatter attempt here. It will come through. Just find Striker, and V-Striker on the floor will not lead to elimination as the overclock comes in. Norman on a killing spree, at least the beginning of one, but doesn't actually finish it off with more than one. One was enough, though, and with 28 seconds, Billy, this might look like the end of the line for Carleton.
I mean, they do have the artillery strike still. They're going to get the amp matrix and probably the sound barrier up. It's just going to be a matter of them fighting. It's a full 5. It looks like they're going to send Omono ahead to try and get this last second touch. They don't actually need it. They can actually do it as a full 5.
Ooh, Dunks barely gets back in time with the Reinhardt. That's the utility strike to clear out the high grounds. Will be a good advantage. It needs the Bastion taking advantage of it. No amplification matrix needed just yet, as Rich Dova is waiting to potentially use it, but they just don't need it. They get through, they find the space they need, and just absolutely destroy every defense that Garnet puts up. No answer in that fight, but it's not a lot of time to get to the third, and that is something that Ottawa can be happy about.
So we just used our artillery strike in the previous fight. V-Striker almost has another one. Absolutely lapping Miniman right now. And you've got both support ultimates ready to go here for the Ravens. So it's going to be the artillery strike versus the double support ultimate here to really take this last part of the Foundry.
Foundry activated, but already a Bastion off the map, so that's like really going to be one that you're going to get through. Ooh, even Yeti jumping off the map in their ice block. Don't know if that was part of the plan. They might have just wanted to have a quick reset, as it is Carleton just backing off the spawn, and it's really, again, one fight territory. Late elimination onto Rich Dova. That is nothing that stops them from having only one more fight. And look at the ultimates on Garnet.
I mean, Soundbarrier is going to come out in response to the Blizzard. It's going to come up to Chronix, I think, to be able to push people out of the immortality barrier, because that's really going to be the kicker.
Utility strike out, sound barrier to answer. And there's the amplification matrix as well. Nothing is standing in the way of Ottawa to hold here. 8 seconds. They might even be eliminating them too quickly, because another touch attempt might be able to come in. No, Team Kill Horn sounds. That is going to be Ottawa Garnet stopping Carleton University at the beginning of third. That's not often where you see that card being stopped.
Nope, and I mean, it was just a little bit of impatient ultimate usage and a little bit of deployables going out just a little bit too early. Rich Dova got a little bit trigger happy. I mean, this last fight was everything that you wanted to see. With this first fight, you saw it there, and it started to kind of set the tone, Classy, where we saw Rich Dova put these immortality barriers out just a little bit early. They put these amplification matrix just a little bit off, so they need to tighten up the ship here if you're Carleton Ravens. Now, for Ottawa Garnet, I mean, that's the best result they could get. No full completion, quite a bit of real estate between them, so they have a definite win condition here, and I want to see how they play this on their attack phase.
Yeah, I mean, we were doubting their choice of King's Row, saying like, well, with the May coming through, that might just be a problem. We didn't really see a lot of plays played around the wall of Yeti. The Blizzard got quite some value, and in general, just the May being around is always annoying in terms of sustain and damage. But it wasn't really the sort of dominance that we witnessed on Busan Mecha Base. Like, that really hasn't come through anymore. And Ottawa fighting from a little bit more range as well with the Sojourn and, you know, with the other picks that they've been coming through. The May is finding less and less value than it did before. And if Ottawa runs out with this, that might make it even more interesting.
I mean, really interesting. Chronix will just be able to...
Norman,
walked on, I say that, how?
They just got bursted by like 3 different things. Like, everyone just auto-shot at the window and they just got burst, I guess. But just switches over to the Soldier. They're going to get back to normal. Look at that. Already a charged Zarya on Dunks.
Yeah, I mean, they can actually push it on top of this, and we'll see how it goes.
Jesus, 90 charge. Where do you get it from?
I don't know.
Just goes in straight up with the right click. The wall's already out. Now they can just go straight through the opening. That's a lot of damage they can come through together with the Bastion. Already one down. V-Striker finds that one. And with the Ramatra going ridiculously low, this is going to be an dominant point position. A good Ana nade onto Supreme, but will not find any purchase. Again, this rotation through Hotel. They need to find these targets. They have the positioning, but somehow it's Carleton that's finding the eliminations. This is not what's supposed to happen. You had a high charge Zarya. You had the advantage. No Bastion on the other side, and somehow Carleton is still getting away with it. I say that though. Dunks and Ice Volcano, they're here. It's a high charge Zarya and a Lucio. They can just speed onto a tank. They have got no supports, no healing at the moment, and that is still Ottawa coming out on top. This Zarya, it might just be the key to their victory.
Oh man, you got to think about a tank swap here. I mean, Products is not getting it done on this Ramatcha. They're going to stick with it anyways. So have fun as you try to get away from a very ticked off Russian lady with a lot of charge at their back.
They didn't get eliminated, so they didn't get the swap, but Dunks now potentially does get to lose all their charge and their health points as well. So the rest of their teammates, after they died, this Ice Volcano trying to hip-hop the spawn, will actually get away. That's ridiculous. There was no HP left on that guy.
Nano engages for both sides here. Miniman's going to have a artillery striker here very shortly, but V Striker is going to lead it out here. And I think that you throw this Nano onto the overclock and see what Norman can get done.
These anti-nades has been so good so far from uOttawa. Yeah, that was just an elimination straight up from the anti-nade. That's crazy. Gotta find some sort of solution to that. Get some in from themselves. Like Supreme is doing well, but they gotta start using these ultimates. They gotta start getting through. They need to get through the choke. I'm finding uOttawa as the opening. Oh, it's only a Lucio on the other side. It's a beautiful graviton. That's gonna be all the damage they need and the value out to boot. 2 eliminations through. Everyone else is running for the hills. They do need to keep remembering to push the cart. And as they do so, they're gonna make a lot of space here. Can you even get out here if you're Carleton?
I think they're good. Yeah, they're fine. They'll be fine. They'll be fine. I mean, you're looking still. Double support opens both sides. You've got Annihilation here. And I think Annihilation can force some stuff out here from Garnet. That's going to be a kicker for them.
Early artillery strike from V-Striker. No, from not from V-Striker, from Carleton. The V-Striker coming through with their own, though, as the aggression comes through. Good sleep dart onto the Annihilation, but still, Nano Boost Ramatcha coming at you, and he is still pumping out the damage. Will eventually go down, so does Norman. Still sort of an even fight, but losing your tank is a big deal, especially if Zarya is essentially a third DPS with a lot of HP on the other side of the field. V-Striker gets another anti-nade on them, and they will get eliminated. So does everybody else. Yeti, they just did a nice encircle maneuver, and it worked out brilliantly, Billy.
Yeah, but they invested the sound barrier in a one fight. So, trigger discipline, once again, classy. They pulled the ultimate there when they didn't really need to. I know that it secures them the fight win. Be damned if you do, damned if you don't. But I think that you can hold on to it there and then save it for what's coming in next. Especially, with Dunk swapping over to this Sigma once again. Damage mitigation is going to be there. You're going to have a better shield. And you've got the CC of the accretion. So a bigger kit here for Ravens to deal with.
Already a shield to block the first increase. Kinetic Grass comes out. It's going to be V-Striker that falls first. Was not behind their Sigma. They were on the cart, and they get blown to bits. Ice tries to run away, but won't be able. Oh, will actually be able to do so as Dunks does fall. There goes Norman on the Genji now. And it's going to be another reset for Ottawa.
We saw a Genji swap earlier on Busan, and they did get a lot of purchase, and they were able to provide a lot of that mitigation and a lot of that annoyance factor that a Genji will bring to you. So, I mean, they'll be playing most likely for a Nanoblade. Omono, having used that sound barrier, classy, they don't have it in the bank.
They sure don't. Ice Volcano is going to have theirs, though. But they do need to get a little closer before they actually use it. You don't want to use it without any enemies near you. Dunks back on the Zarya. They did think that, but that was probably working. And Norman going super low, but will get healed up as well. There's a sound barrier to block the nano boosted Sojourn that comes through. Yeti does eventually find Supreme, but not before 3-4 members fall down. That looks to be Ottawa potentially securing B if they can even get the stagger on the Lucio. But even if they don't, those respawns take a while to get there.
I mean, you can have the opportunity to get in there. Dunks 50% already to grab, having swapped back to the Zarya once again.
Nanoblade's online, though.
Oh, boy. And no sound barrier.
They need to contest here, and they're not going to be able to. They are going to be able to. Nanoblade might have to be invested just in order to win this point, but they already lose Ice Volcano. Maybe Ottawa thought that it was already a done deal, but it wasn't. Nanoblade does come through. They can't get even to the first target, the first slice, and then just to kite away with the boops. That's insane. Double ultimates invested, nothing gained, and Supreme and team are going to go back to the spawn. 207. They did actually get the checkpoint. Okay, in that chaos, they did get it, Billy. That's great.
Yeah, it was a quick step off. It was a boop that came out from Ice Volcano that dislocated Carleton off the point, and they actually get that rest of the 0.32 meters that they needed. Now, it's going to be a minute and 50 of hell, and they just got to get to the first corner.
It's not a long way to push. They have a little bit more time than Carleton has, but they also need to get through the entire line of Carleton. The nano boost onto the Bastion does get slept, does get boosted, does get everything thrown at them, but it's going to be indeed Carleton just running away with this particular one. The spawns are super close from Ottawa, though, so any elimination will almost count double.
Yep.
Oh, no! Don't shoot to the spawn door! He has immortality! What are you doing? Feast Striker just gets away with that! That's crazy!
Oh, and that's gonna cause the Olono taxi service to come into play, and it's gonna be a very broken fight here for you, University of Ottawa, for the Carleton.
Oh, the grabs comes through. One already down. Annihilation, cool, but you got an anti-nade on you and a lot of damage coming your way. That's gonna be Chronix going down soon, right? Right? There they go, off the map of all things. Wasn't expecting that one to come through, but this is Ottawa truly in control. They do lose a member here and there, so it is still a little bit dangerous, a little bit tricky, but they can do it. They just have to push through, get a couple of more members, couple more eliminations, and they will be able to get it, but they lost too many of their vital players to get through. Can't put down the damage, can't put down the sustain, and it's going to be 0.92 meters, one more fight to go.
Double supports coming in. You're going to have Dragon Blade in this fight, and no, I mean, you're going to get maybe you get the nano up. No, you don't, because Norman's going to kill everybody.
Yeah, they just get to the Doomfist already out of it very early from Chronix. They had to swap in order to get back in time, but that is going to be Ottawa getting the win on King's Row here. We advised against it, but we love being proven wrong, Billy.
I mean, Dunks is a big reason why, and I mean,
yeah,
they really played into getting that high charge Zarya and putting all their resources into their tank player, and boy did it pay off. The other thing that was really paid off was Norman getting the 4K, and then Ice Volcano getting the work done there. That is just filthy work there from University of Ottawa. So as we take a look at, I mean, the beginning fight here really did show us that University of Ottawa was not going down without a fight, Classy.
No, it was very much a crazy, especially on point A, like very weird things happened, but weird things that were ultimately just really cool to watch, honestly. Like, we talk about the Amplification Matrix double, Dunks and Ice Volcano staying alive together in order to eventually capture that point. There was a lot of love here on this King's Row match, and two teams that also played it very differently. Like, the only real factors were that they were matching supports and a Bastion, but everything else was very much up to chance, and kept swapping as well. But it does mean we have a series on our hands. It's a 1-1, and it means we have at least 2 more maps to play, maybe even 3.
Well, I mean, we'll take a look and see, you know, what map is going to be coming up here very shortly. But we do have a series on our hands here, Classy. So I think that, you know, when we go into that, we'll get a chance to take a look and see how it goes through. But you know what is also very important here, Classy? You know, following us, making sure that you got your notifications turned on, that you're subscribed to us, that you know every time that we go live. You can follow us on Instagram, X, and YouTube at NECC. And you know what? Having those notifications on will let you know every time that your university may be on the stream here, and we get to talk about it and talk about our favorite game in the whole wide world, and have a lot of fun in the every Thursday evening.
We sure do, and it's not just, like, especially YouTube, right? Like, YouTube is not just to be like, oh, there's some fun videos and content coming through. No, if you miss, like, a match that's gone live, you're like, oh, I missed that one. The VODs are getting posted on the YouTube channel, so you're going to be able to find every single match that you missed, find your favorite team. Maybe you missed that one game that your friend was playing in from your college, and you're like, oh, I should have watched that. Well, you can, because they're going to be all on YouTube. It's very easy to find. They're very properly cataloged, and you don't have to go through the Twitch VOD system in order to find it. It's going to be on YouTube. So just search NECC Esports on YouTube to find the page. And while you're there, you can also, of course, follow them, give them a notification, and you'll be updated with all the other content that you might not even know that's there and it's coming. Very, very good channel. Like, honestly, I keep going back to it. It's like, oh, what did I do again? Like, when did I cast last? Like, oh yeah, there's a VOD over there. It's great. It's great. It really helps.
Well, that's going to do it for our first 2 maps here. We're definitely going at least 4 But we're going to take a quick little break, let everybody get a drink and retop their fluids off. But we'll be back with you in about 3 minutes, and we'll see you then.
Welcome back. It's the 1-1 between the University of Ottawa Garnet and the Carleton Ravens. And 1-1 means that we're getting at least 2 more maps, maybe even a third one as we potentially go to a map 5. But Billy, we're going to start here on a New Junk City with Flashpoint. I'm curious that we're going to this one. We see Suravasa mostly chosen, but I love seeing New Junk City come through.
Yeah, I mean, this is the lesser played of the two Flashpoints. And I think that the reason why Suravasa is more preferred, you have a lot more cubby holes, I think, on Suravasa to kind of sneak out of, and it's a lot more open of a design. It means while you do have the certain cubbyhole areas that you can hide in, when you actually get to the flashpoints, they're pretty wide open. Here in New Junk City, there's a lot of structure and a lot of geometry to deal with, especially here as we're looking on the screen here. There's a lot of natural cover here that's built into the map. And I think that's why teams tend to avoid this map because there is so much to work around. So we'll see how this actually goes as the two teams come out here. Looks like we've got Dunks back out on this Zarya, but Kronix showing us the Junker Queen here in her home map.
Here in her home map, indeed, she did take over, going into the mech arena. We'll see who gets the upper hand. The initial positioning favor here is for Carleton Ravens, but Ottawa is going to try and get in as it is. Ice Volcano going down first. They're going to try and dunk on Dunks, but it's going to be V-Striker falling first. There goes Zarya, and with Norman also falling, it's going to be Supreme trying to run for the hills, but even with the wall climb, you're going to be able to climb away from that one.
I mean, 2 wall climbers, classy, and they both got taken out pretty too sweet. So, I mean, right now, the in-your-face style of a Junker Queen and the Commanding Shout not only gives you that little bit of HP regained, but also the added movement speed. That's going to be a kicker here for Ravens. They're going to be able to close the distance very quickly.
Yeah, the Maeve Yeti is going to be very impactful as well with all these tight corridors and these chokes to get through. There's going to be a wall in the way in almost every turn and try and get through again, but you see Yeti looking like, oh, if you step too far forward, there's going to be a wall behind you, but they do actually manage to dodge it. The wall was put in front, they're able to push back, and now they can have a free entry in terms of, at least in terms of space. No blockage there, as Dunks is getting high charge. The anti-nade is coming through, but the grenade for Minimin is much more powerful. That's going to be Norman and V-Striker out of it. No more DPS, so that's a lot of DPS then coming your way. Once again, the Soul Survivor Supreme, but on an Ana, you're even less likely to get away. And that is indeed where they're going to chase down. Point A almost undoubtedly going to Carleton Ravens here.
I mean, look at the charges here. I mean, Supreme's going to have a nano. Do you throw it onto the Bastion? I say yes. I think that's a great call. The nades have actually been really good from Supreme. You see them force a couple of cooldowns out from Carleton Ravens. So as we head over now to the flats, we're going to go ahead and see that Garnet's going to have positioning here.
They do have the positioning. The spawns were favorable at the time that they had to respawn. Good artillery strike on the immortality field. The immortality field's not going to save anybody. That's a triple kill. Beautifully done. Really quick elimination on that immortality field. That's going to be a full team wipe and an emote party to boot.
I love it. Love it. Absolutely perfect out of them. And it just cost them 1 ultimate. So it's so economic for University of Ottawa. But the Ravens, they are coming in with 4 ultimates into this fight.
Only the Graviton and the ultimate use. They're going to have a Nano Blade and a Sound Barrier. Those both sustain and damage are going to be there. And really, you can only win. You can kind of get this with 1 fight win as long as it's drawn out enough. There is indeed the Dragon Blade with the Nano Boost on top of it. Supreme trying to give that to them, but with the anti-nade coming in from the other side. Oh, the Rampage even. It's a lot of damage, but the sustain is now indeed gone. You know, no more Sound Barrier. A lot of damage onto both teams. It's going to be Dunks and Norman that find a couple of targets. It's going back and forth here, and indeed it looks to be Ottawa coming out on top with both teams investing heavily.
Oh, my word. I mean, artillery strike and the Ant Matrix ready to go here for Carleton Ravens, but I think they should just go ahead and just, secede this out. Say GG's, go to the next flashpoint, get yourself positioning. That's the part of this game mode that I like so much, is that it forces you to make a decision. Do we contest or do we give it up and go for better positioning?
Well, it's going to be option A in this situation as they go for point E, as this is on this particular map. course, it's hard to figure out which one is going to come next. They choose to indeed contest. Straight onto Dunks with a lot of damage, and they're going to, with the nade and combo, take it out. No eliminations coming out from Ottawa just yet, and that means they're probably going to lose control of this one. Indeed, 99-0, but it's going to flip.
It does flip. Yeti is going to have cooldowns reset there for them as well. And I want to see what Crocs can get done here. I like the Rampage, but that nade from Supreme absolutely devaluing it in the previous fight. So for University of Ottawa, they've got some tools here. We saw what happened last time with that artillery strike. They just completely subverted Rich Dova. It was an early one again.
Good wall. The grab does come out, but can they find the follow-up? The answer is no, as the Immortality Field is there. Artillery strike does come through, but can they find eliminations? Again, the answer is a resounding no, and that is going to be a fight win for Carleton Ravens. It's a quick one, though, so there might be an option to get back into this one for Ottawa.
40% ult charge gain between the beginning of the fight and the end of the fight for Crocs. That is a huge amount of gain. And now we see the Reinhardt from Dunks coming out. Crocs can still close the gap on this.
They really can. Supreme doesn't want to get out of spawn because of the Bastion. They do manage to dodge the fatal damage. And of course, support passive will heal them back up by the time they get to the objective. It is going to be a touch from Ice Volcano, so no point loss instantly, and Crodix does go down. They do lose Ice Volcano, was very close to the sound barrier, and with the Blizzard coming through, that could have been a huge tool. Dunks, you're not going to fall though. Amplification Matrix is not going to chew through a nano boosted Bastion, but it doesn't matter if, Reinhardt, but it doesn't matter if the Bastion on the other side just takes down 2. Amono finds another one, and with that investment, even though it was there, it's going to be a 2-0 lead here for Carleton Ravens University.
So it's going to be a Naked Blade here coming out from Norman. Supreme tried to save Dunks there on the point. And I mean, we're at map point here for Carleton Ravens, and we're going to go ahead and head down here to, oh gosh, what is this? Completely just slipped my mind what the name of this is, but Rampage.
It's okay. It is the junkyard, I think,
yes,
is coming through. Even if it's not, it's just point. Is it another objective here?
Yeah.
On to Junk City. Only 3 are left, including this one. So let's see what they're gonna come through here. As we do indeed get the high ground positioning coming out from Ottawa. It's a good position to be in, to fight from, but eventually you're going to have to step on that objective, which Carleton University takes down first. They're going to get the first control. There is finally the sound barrier from Ice Volcano that was charging up for so long. They find 1, they find 2. They find everything they need in order to take this point back, and that's going to be a flip. And they charging up a percentage. Oh, the late stagger on the May. They could even take longer. That was great. I mean, it could have taken maybe even a little bit longer, but not that much more. They lost the ability to sleep anybody.
Yeah, I mean, they'll have the artillery strike to ward off the evil demons coming in from the Ravens. The good thing there is that Crocs held on to Rampage. So you've got that. No sound barrier to worry about. The only thing they got to worry about now is the immortality barrier, and then they can deal with everything on the ass end of that.
There is the Rampage coming through from Crodix. Great follow-up as well. Support's already out of it. There goes V-Striker, and this looks like a done deal for the Carleton Ravens varsity. They're going to take that fight. Not the point just yet, but that's a convincing win.
I mean, just the one ultimate into it, so they got Ant Matrix to guard the approach coming up here from University of Ottawa. The artillery strike is ready, and Rich Dova has to be very patient with this upcoming immortality barrier, because if they put out the artillery strike and force that lamp out, Dunks is going to have a free Gravitic Flux.
Gravitic Flux, of course, hard to dodge with anything. Really going to be the ability of May to get out of it. Yeti does throw the Blizzard out because it's incredibly low, and I think they got a little bit booped out of their positioning that didn't quite go where they wanted to. Both their Immortality Field's gone now, though it is indeed free reign for the side of both teams, for both DPS, to really get the damage down. They do find Dunks. The Utility Strike is there to cover, but V-Striker will fall nonetheless, and the Amplification Matrix gets nothing done. Carleton Ravens University, there seem to be in a position to just take away this map, get a 2-1 lead. It's exactly what they'll do with a clean 3-0 here on Junk City.
I mean, the disengage from the Blizzard was awesome, and the artillery strike didn't find anything coming out from them, and I really thought that the Ottawa is actually going to dodge a bullet there, but then the whiff on the gravitic flux really did seal the deal there, Classy. That would have gotten everybody into danger land. But, man, I mean, the fight back from University of Ottawa has been pretty darn good here. Just need to see a little bit more tightening up once again.
Once again, I mean, tightening up is all they can really do at this stage. They've really figured out their compositional styles, both teams, and they're just going to go head-to-head with that for the rest of the series, it looks like. However, we keep getting different map types, keep getting different maps. Everything can change just by the sheer choice of where battleground they go for. And that choice is now going to be put back into Ottawa's control as Carleton gets to ban a map out. So, map 4. Still all to play for. Both teams need that win in order to keep the series into their potential favor. Carleton now is on series point, of course, with the 2-1, but Ottawa can just throw us as easily to a map 5.
Yeah, and looks like we've got the ban and a pip in Carleton has banned New Queen Street, so no Canadian map for me. We're going to head to beautiful Portugal and Esperança, and I think, you know, are we going to see some different looks here? I think this is a great map to bring out some different players. We haven't seen a Tracer. Tracer's doing very well, especially on this map in particular, because of all the avenidas, all those back alleys that you can sneak out of and, you know, recall into and be back in safety once again. I think that it's time for maybe a little bit of a shift.
I would be worried for either team putting out a Tracer just because of the sheer damage volume that comes out from both teams. It's like while Tracer is a super valuable hero, it's so hard to pull it off with all the damage just flying around willy-nilly. It feels like a lot of these heroes that are good currently just have so much damage that it's sort of, even when they are shooting at specific targets that aren't the Tracer, it is just spraying around so randomly at the same time that the Tracer just loses 50 HP like that. Maybe even 100. It doesn't even think about it. And then you need to recall, you need to find health back, so you just can't really get your damage down. So while I agree that Tracer is still a great hero, I don't think either of these teams are going to pull it out, and I don't think that what we're seeing in Spawn is going to change that much at the moment. But hey, Esperança is a beautiful push map. Setting is great, and obviously both these teams are familiar with it at this stage because it's been out for a while now. Can you believe that it's been this long since Esperança came out? I don't even know exactly when it came out, but it's been a while. It's
been a minute, and well, we don't see much in the way of changes. Dunks does come back out on the Zarya, and I was really impressed with how well they got done. I mean, they built up Grav relatively quickly, and I mean, was maintaining a pretty high charge there. So I don't hate this pick coming from them. It's just going to be about how do they close the space.
I mean, it's the same thing with Norman on the Soldier, and I think that's going to be a big reason as to why the space is fine to be a little bit further away, because they can still put the damage down, especially when you have Crodix on the Junker Queen. They want to be close as well. Maybe a lot of damage coming out from the Bastion, but will get bursted down indeed. The bubbles from Dunks are in the way, as well as the Immortality Field. That's a elimination on their side. Crodix and Yeti is going to go down. There goes Rich Dova, Almano, and the Junker Queen, the only ones left, and they're going to fall as well. That's going to be bot control. Only 9.7 meters pushed from Carleton Ravens Varsity. That's going to easily be overtaken by Ottawa.
It was the patience of Supreme with the Immortality Barrier Classy that really made the difference there. They got the lighter Immortality Barrier out and was able to sustain through all that burst damage coming in. Once that wall came up, they went ahead and deployed it, and then they went to the fight proper.
And now they get the fight in the choke point over here next to the bridge. Good speed boost to get through here, get onto the bridge, but through the amplification matrix too. That might not have been the place you wanted to go. Yeti does finally find V-Striker, but at the cost of 2 of their own. It's just going to be Almano and the Bastion left. Can you find your damage? Can you find your targets? They're going to try and push this bot to the checkpoint, and if they get it there, that's a huge win for Ottawa, but it's a lot of damage coming through. They do find the checkpoint, though. That's a big win, even if they lose the eventual fight, but it's exactly what they needed.
Yeah, but I mean, getting Dunks down, yeah, it kills himself with a right click, and they do get the flip, but that's going to be forward spawns here for Ottawa. So the Canadians are going to be able to get themselves back into this fight. They'll lose it here, and we don't see any changes once again. So Sound Barrier ready to go up against this Blizzard and an Artillery Strike.
Artillery Strike, Graviton Surge, Overclock also coming through for Ottawa. They're ready to fight here. If it takes long enough, we might see a rampage, but it's a very small room to be in for a blizzard to come through. There's a good graviton, a good immortality fields from both sides, and it just keeps going back and forth with Crodix. It's going to be the one that finds the double kill on the supports, and unfortunately, while it was a great space to grab in, it was an even better space to blizzard in, and it's going to be Carleton Ravens finding that win. They're going to get the checkpoint here.
And it was a really good positioning once again. Coming out.
Jump.
Right, yeah, I love it. I love it. It was great patience there from Richova. They got the timing down on that one perfectly, and the LOS away from all the damage coming in, absolutely picture perfect.
Overclock is ready. They do find Rich Dova. Rich Dova was just a little too far forward. The right click, the nade finds it. And now it's going to be Norman chasing them down with that railgun. They did find the checkpoints. They're going to get forward spawns. But our forward spawn is going to save you from the aggressive chase that's coming through from Ottawa here. They might not, as you're ready to overclock. And the overclock is indeed coming through. Rich Dova going to get split off from their team with that aggression, with that positioning. And that's a double on the DPS. This bot is going to keep moving. That barrier is going to get a fair bit of distance before anyone stops them because they got a free fight win.
I mean, the overclock was absolutely perfectly timed there, coming out from Norman. Norman getting their revenge finally. And you look at this. Great positioning. They know they have the barrier in their back pocket, and they put out the immortality barrier to keep them up.
Oh no, but they cannot come through in time. There's V-Striker with the Utility Strike only hitting on the Immortality Field. And with 4 down, now it's just going to be Supreme. No, they're not going to live for that long. Still got about 22 meters on their clocks. They can count that towards next year's quota. But University of Ottawa, they're going to have to stop this bot before it starts pushing the barrier any further. Forward spawns have been disabled, and fight's going to ensue here. They have to be careful not to give this high ground... wait, where did Rampage go? I think it just got the Sojourn. I don't think it hit anybody. Crodix, ooh, you might want to have that one back, because that was not one that got much. Amplification Matrix is out, but Supreme is going to fall just right after that even got placed down. 4v5 in order to finish this fight out. You don't have to worry about the Rampage anymore, but you do have to worry about Bastion on the high ground just free firing at you. That's 3, that's 4, and it's just going to be Norman who just backs off and lets that happen. That was a weird engagement.
That was such a weird engagement. Yeah, I think you're right. Crodix probably is going to want that back, but what they do have is forward positioning here. A nice aggressive angle, and Supreme down. They're going to have a free Blizzard here. Ice Volcano needs to get this sound barrier up in a hurry, my friend.
I mean, it's going to be free space. They do find Yeti, so no Blizzard to worry about. But it's a lot of healing missing. You see those health bars slowly ticking up again after the Lucio gives them a little bit of an AoE boost. They can start pushing this bot back, though. There's a little bit of extra distance that was gained, 87.82. So about 12, almost 13 meters of advantage for Carleton at the moment. And they do find that high ground to fight from. They want to take that safely.
Oh, a sneaky little position here coming from Yeti, looking for the back line here. See if they can get this Blizzard out. And I mean, what a wall!
Yeah, great sound barrier in order to block the follow-up. And again, Supreme going down just on their own. Found another Lucio that goes super low. Ice Volcano falls, and no supports means a lot of lives are going to be lost here for Ottawa. That's 3, that's 4, and just Dunks is going to be the last one. They are going to have a lot of ultimates to work with, but Billy, when are they going to use them? As this artillery strike again. I don't know what Carleton is doing. I think they're just making, like, are they just fighting with one hand behind their back at this stage?
I don't know. I guess I'm here for it. Maybe they thought there's somebody nearby or trying to contest, but I don't know. They just decided to let loose, and here comes the Amp Matrix out.
Good grab. Catches a lot this time. They can't kill the Immortality Field in time. It's going to be V-Striker and Dunks that fall as a result. Norman actually has to find the Immortality Field with the overclock. Still loses their lives afterwards, and that is just going to be another team wipe here for Carleton. They might complete the map here if they keep going like this.
I mean, artillery strike ready to go, but I mean, the immortality barrier will be out for that. You're going to have the rampage. You don't have the sound barrier to answer for it. They bring out a May of their own, so Norman going to fight fire with an ice queen.
Let's find Rich Dova. We know that as soon as that Baptista's out, it's going to be a much easier fight to win, but they lose Norman on the other end. A good Rampage coming through. The Immortality Field will save most of them, but if you have a jump out of your Immortality Field, you will die to the bleed. Both supports down again. Crodix just keeps doing that over and over again, and with a team wipe coming through once more, it looks more and more likely that Carleton Ravens varsity will be able to take away the 3-1 win here. They're not there. We still have 2.5 minutes to go, and Esperanza is the reverse sweep map, but it's a tall mountain to climb.
I mean, the disengage here is so smart. Just going for positioning, taking the high ground, and they're going to just set up a kill box here, and Blizzard's going to be back online again for Yeti, building these up so darn fast. And I mean, they've just got a kill box set up here. They have all the lines of ingress taken care of, and you're going to have now the artillery strike to boot.
They give May almost 50% more damage to their primary, but you don't do anything to change their change your old charge rate. Yeah, of course he's gonna have it a lot. There's a Blizzard Need coming through. No Immortality Field to save anybody. That's a triple kill already. Sound Barrier does come, but Ice Volcano is not really saving anybody but themselves. Norman finds one, but that is all she wrote. A team kill horn comes through. That's gonna be extra distance on this barrier. And it looks like Carleton has nothing that can stop them anymore.
Nope.
A little bit of contest, but
yeah.
Didn't really care about the distance anymore.
Nah. They're good. They're good. We're GGing it up right now. They're just gonna take fights on their own terms and in their own positioning. And I mean, you've got the amplification matrix ready to go. You've got the artillery strike to force cooldowns out. So here we start out with said artillery strike.
Yeah, Crodix once again just on the low ground on their own, go ridiculously low. Immortality Field comes in just in time. They do find dunks, and Crodix just gets away with it again. They're super low, but they don't actually get eliminated. Now they're going to have a Rampage. Supreme is just in the kill box, well, outside of it, but they just make a new one. And that is going to be Ottawa Garnet back in spawn, 55 seconds. Almost no hope left, but if there's any point in turning it around, this would be the point where you start doing it as Norman finds Yeti. Fight starting. They're going to be able to kite away, of course, as Carleton Ravens, but no ultimates used from Ottawa. So that's a good start, at least, to a potential comeback here in Esperanza.
I mean, the Rampage is going to be huge here, but I mean, if we beat it with another Supreme big anti-nade, it's going to really nullify the fight.
Good boop! Nice! Putting the Bastion out in the open with V-Striker to take it down. That is what you love to see from your Lucio. Good job from Ice Volcano, the shining light in the backline of Ottawa. And the aggression is through once again. Ottawa really wants this. I mean, they need to push about 50 meters, but that's not, again, it's not impossible in a map like Esperanza. And overtime hasn't even started yet. It's about to, but hasn't started yet. I
mean, Sound Barrier will make you live. They invest in Sound Barrier, and there's a flux. It gets completely denied.
Yeah, beautiful anti-day came in, had dunks on 2 low health. They couldn't get the follow-up. The Blizzard finds at least Crodix, but that's all they can do. Overtime ticks down, and it's going to be Carleton Ravens varsity. Yes, they can bleed, they can lose a map, but they're now 9-1, 3-0 in terms of series score, and they're not slowing down for anybody.
They do lose their first map of the season, though, Classy. So
they do.
You know, that's the one blemish on their record. They're probably going to take that personally. But man, Crodix really impressed me on all the takes that they played today. But I think to this play on the Junker Queen, allowing that aggression to be so prevalent, and they absolutely owned on it. So man, I mean, good stuff out from them. Good team play. Really, in the end, from both teams, it was just a pick here or there that came from Carleton, Classy, that really made them a class above.
Yeah, sometimes you see a team and you're like, how do they keep getting away with it? And if you go into the VOD analysis and, you know, you go through all the things, there's logic to it, right? There's always things you can find. They're like, oh, if we done this was slightly different in terms of the micro, the macro, maybe we would have gotten away with it. It's always hindsight. But in the end, Carleton is sort of almost instinctively doing these things as a team in terms of aggression, positioning, that just get them that slight edge. The constant high ground position they got here in Esperanza, that was like a really big boon to them. There was almost no point where Ottawa was able to find from a high ground in a significant manner, and I mean, just those type of things, being able to always put yourselves in that favorable position on the map, whether you're ahead or behind, that is how Carleton specifically won this one, but also how they've been winning a lot of these other maps as well, whether it was Busan, whether it was New Junk City, and the only place they couldn't really do that was King's Row, because those advantages don't really exist on that map in particular as much.
Well, here's confirmation of how we got to where we are. We do see that first map loss of the season here for Carleton at the hands of the University of Ottawa Garnet squad. 3-2 on Kings Row, but then it was all the Ravens from there on out. So 3-1 victory here for your Carleton Ravens. And, well, I mean, the battle between the Canadian universities and colleges really did go in the favor of Carleton, and they definitely have set themselves up for success moving into the second half of the season.
They really have, and it's going to be almost impossible not to see them in the finals in the end, or at least in the playoffs. Like, the Champions Division is looking good. Of course, we've got a lot of teams going down there, but Carleton Ravens varsity already a front runner in terms of the overall standings. Of course, we do have another match coming up later, Billy. That is going to be next on the schedule. Before we get there, though, we have a couple things to talk about. First of all, don't forget that there are some social channels that are really helpful to follow. If you want to go to Instagram or X or YouTube, whichever you prefer, and they all have their own advantages, be sure to hit a follow on NECC. Instagram for the cool clips and the cool pics and the cool updates. Same for X. But if you really, really, really want the proper updates, you have to go to that YouTube channel, because you can see everything you need to see on the other socials, as well as all the full VODs that we're putting out. Because while you might have missed a couple of details in this match, you can just go back and watch it. It's that simple. And Billy, who wouldn't want that?
I mean, absolutely. I mean, I go in there and I go back and watch, previous matches that I may have cast, and trying to, do my research and trying to figure out why teams are doing what they are doing. And you get it done there on the YouTube channel. But you know what? There's also something else that's coming up here in the fall, and it's going to be the chance to make your mark on the Rift. It's the Fall Open. The Samsung SSD Fall Open is calling all aspiring esports champions to use to rise to the challenge in a qualifier tournament. Grab your teammates, register now, and prepare to compete for cash, glory, and epic Samsung SSD prizes in this ultimate showdown. Join the action, claim your spot on the leaderboard, and make your mark on the Collegiate Rift. And that's first qualifiers coming up next weekend, October the 28th and 29th. You've got another one the next weekend. And then the finals will be the following weekend on November 11th and 12th.
Yeah, definitely don't miss it. Always exciting to see new events coming into the collegiate space. And this is really one you don't want to miss. If you got a team, claim your spot, and like I said, get it going. But what we're going to get it going right now, Billy, is a little bit of a break before we set up for the next match. It is going to be a good one. Again, Champions Division coming through again. I am sure it will be a good one. Don't go anywhere. Don't miss it. Of course, you have some time to grab a drink, but then just scurry on right back for your next dose of NECC Overwatch. See you then.
I've got the Samsung 990 Pro Series. Shall we get started then? The speed exceeds all expectations. Reading speeds are 40% quicker than before, and writing speeds are 55% faster. With the in-house controller, the per-watt performance has improved up to 50%. The 990 Pro's nickel coating controller for its smart thermal solution technology controls heat. Playing computer games? Obviously the best.
What is up, my friends, and welcome back. We are here in the conclusion of week 3 for some NECC Overwatch. My name is Jeff, alongside Chef Billy. Before we get into our final match of the night, I just want to remind you, now would be a great time to follow us on Instagram, X, and YouTube. We will send you updates and info to keep you active on all things NECC. And, well, while you're doing that, Billy, what do we got coming up here for this last match of the night?
Well, we got somebody that I know at least from CGL, producer over there, is the coach for SFU, the Raccoons. Boom Diata, hello, also known as Precocious there in the lobby. But you know what? We got a couple of 1-1 teams here for the last game of the night. And this is going to be a battle to see who's going to get themselves into the positive territory and who's going to have to be playing a little bit of catch up here in week number 3 or going into week number 4. I'm sorry. So we'll go ahead and take a look at said roster from SFU, the Raccoons. We've got Zephyr, Dongman, Blunder, Zaps, and Akasha starting out your 5 here.
Yeah, a wide variety of years and age ranges here in this roster. So it's notably, we've got Akasha and Dongman, both freshmen. So a little bit of newcomers coming in. That's going to be support and DPS role respectively, I believe. And then Blunder will be leading the charge, the junior on this squad in the tank role. So be counting on that leadership to lead Simon Frazier, see if they can pull us their second win of the season.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing what the youngsters can bring to this squad. And I mean, Simon Frazier out of Canada, obviously, we are looking to see what our friends from the North can do here up against this ASU squad. Arizona State University, our good friend Twin Salty, caster friend of ours, attends there. He knows the upper squad, but does not know the Inferno. So we'll take a look at their roster here. It's Tipster, Zoana Nova, No Limit, and H2D Aqua. And, well, we'll see what they can bring to this. And I was looking through them, and Tipster is actually a supply chain management major. And, you know, having worked at Amazon in the past, I know how these things go. Very interesting, very technical field. So we're hoping that Tipster can bring that kind of know-how and technical fortitude to the game today and onto the battlefield. We'll see how they actually turn this around and see what they can bring, getting themselves to 2-1.
Yeah, this squad is a bit interesting. It's they're all brand new to competing. And here at the ASU second squad, of course, the varsity squad, I mean, top 20 in the country as far as collegiate Overwatch is concerned. So they've got some strong leadership to draw on. But see how this new squad can build their synergy coming out in this first season competing together. With that said, let's battle of snow and ice here in our first map. Let's see where they will battle. In map 1, it was Anarch Peninsula that was banned out by ASU, and, well, Simon Frazier have chosen Linjiang Tower to start us off.
I like it. I like it. I mean, it's a comfort pick. The fact that they get rid of Antarctic Peninsula in the beginning means that they probably want to play around with the May or the Symmetra and the Bastion. That plays very well on all 3 points here in China. So we'll see how this is actually going to go down. Simon Frazier, you know, they are 1-1. They had a reasonable first week. It was pretty competitive for them, but on the other side, the Inferno got themselves a pretty decent win, and I think that they will be looking to build upon what they did in week number 2, and we'll see how this actually will play out here as we're going to go ahead and start out on Gardens.
Meta has been in such an interesting place. This can be very indicative. Oh, Hippie Precocious says hi. There you go. That's our wonderful producer behind the scenes. You know, it's just it's producers kind of connecting there. You know, look, Precocious Hippie says hi back. So there you go. Any fans? Send the message along. We're gonna kick off this final match of week 3 with Little Junker Queen versus a Sigma.
I like it. I mean, we're going in with the Symmetra v. the May. So we're going to see which kit gets the better utility. You can move the Bastion around a lot quicker with the Symmetra, but you can cordon off people with that wall. It's so damn important.
Yeah, Question will be, can Nova survive the onslaught of the Bastion without the shield, without the kinetic grasp that the Sigma provides? Good wall, but Blunder's able to sneak around it, maintain some heals, and find some cover. Zephyr's going to go and drop the whales. Oh, wonderful disruptor shot. That just put the Inferno kind of scrambling, and Zephyr's able to pick Zoana off in the madness. Now Zephyr looping around, that wall's gonna crack, and it's just open seas in front of the back line. Nova decided that they're on the hunt as well, but that one kill won't be enough.
No, but I mean, he's absolutely using the amp speed, getting the work done, and getting the environmental kill as well. So
ooh, nice rock.
God, so good. Their first fight from SFU. It's Boom Diata, by the way, Hippie. That's who Precocious is as the coach for this SFU. Ugh. Once again, the rock plus the grenade gets the work done. The Hypersphere is finishing off Nova, and that's going to be a stagger. They're going to have to wait at least a good 10% here, Jeff, before they can get back into it. And look at the Baptiste. Once again, Baptiste is such an integral part of this Bastion comp. The healing comes out so damn strong. Window already ready.
And not just that, we're going to have that artillery strike ready on the other side. So H2O is going to have to be careful where they put down this amplification matrix. Good wall there. Blunder could be in a lot of trouble. And Mortanifield just in time from Akasha. And now the amplification matrix here from the SFU Raccoons. That's going to pick up one. Zaps actually finding a kill out of the opposing Lucio. Overclock from Dogman to try to close this thing out. Send the Inferno pack. But Nova's coming screaming into your face. The Zawana's low in the back. Gets the extra healing from that shout. And is just playing it safe. Back behind that amplification matrix still. Akasha's able to find that kill. I believe through the window. Dogman in trouble. Immortality Field out. And a late Rampage finds 3 here from Nova. One's gonna fall, but kills continue to go back and forth. Nova takes down Akasha as well again. Akasha struggling to survive in this fight, but Nova's the only one left here.
I mean, look at this coming in, and you've got the artillery strike. I mean, this point is still being contested right now. Flux online. You get the kill on Zephyr. It's back and forth. They're actually going to invest the Flux, Jeff.
That sound barrier was a little early, and so all of that will get taken away immediately, but still, it's enough to keep the supports alive. Blunder's investment falls on deaf ears.
Well, we're going to see now with both DPS ultimates here for the Inferno, they can actually really retard the aggression coming in from SFU on this far swinging left side through White Room. I want to see what Zaps does. Do they go aggressive with this sound barrier? I mean, they can definitely do it. They've got the Blizzard upcoming. You've got some options here, though.
A good kinetic grasp would be ideal for Blunder, but still the sound barrier in the pocket has to be saved for that Blizzard. Looking for an opening kill with the Meteor Strike, the Artillery Strike, rather. A little bit of damage done, but not enough to find a final blow. Here comes the counterpunch, but No Limit dies. Dogman finds that kill just before sliding out of the way. Unreal shot. Zephyr just decimates the opposition, sacrifices themselves to do so. The Blizzard is late into this fight, and there's just not enough punching power to follow up.
Yep, I mean, this is the power of the Sigma. You have the kinetic grasp, gives you that overhealth. You've got the CC with the rock. I mean, everything working in their favor. The flip comes back at 85%. You've got the sound barrier. Zaps was very, very stingy with pressing the Q button. And for their patience, they get a window out of it as well.
They know the Tracer's coming. Hipster's gonna try to get across. Oh, the boom! Oh, the boom from Zaps! What a read! This is not your house! Zaps says, get out of here! Into the sea with you! The Raccoons take round 1.
Swimming with the Kois. That's got to be... I need an album from like the Overwatch heroes that said Swimming with the Kois. Seriously, that was fantastic read there from Zaps. And yeah, that wins the fight. No shot that they're going to be able to get anything done on the back of that. I mean, they win this out. And right now, you know, I'm going to be looking at Nova. You know, will Nova be able to withstand the pressure that this Sigma that has certainly come into high favor here recently? Will they be able to withstand the pressure and the CC and all the kit that a Sigma brings to it? And can they handle Zaps? Because Zaps is having a very fun time right now, my friend.
Oh, especially in that final play. I mean, it's a good read. You know, it wasn't the hardest read that they're going to try to cut through there, but indeed the Inferno managed to mount, I mean, almost 4 players that went through the teleporter, if not everybody but the Tracer. So it would have been a really solid last fight. Clutch, boop. No changes out of Nova as we head into Control Center, sticking with the Junker Queen May composition. Already that wall has been thrown up. It's going to be Zephyr just putting down damage, keeping everybody at bay for the moment, but Zephyr's eventually melted down, and Nova gets aggressive into behind Blunder, and that's at least 2 on the back of it, both with Jagged Blade. Oh, Dogman? Uh-oh.
You're done. You're in trouble. I'm in danger! That's a great first fight, though, and I thought that it was going to be too early of a wall coming out from Tipster, but they saved the commanding shout, and they let Nova get super aggressive. They saved the amp speed to get him on top, pulls the immortality field out, and just absolutely decimates him.
Oh, what a wall to prevent Blunder from using the grasp to get into a better position. It leaves Zephyr just out to dry. And yeah, Blunder is just not going to be able to get out of there. Good hold here from the Inferno, and they have this very difficult choke under control.
Oh, I mean, late staggers coming through as well, Jeff. So this is what I'm looking at right now. I think that they need to feed and really play into Nova being aggressive, getting up in Blunder's face, using that wall to stop the escape.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they're going to do with the Blizzard. Somehow it got through. I mean, Blunder was ready for it, but Tipster didn't throw it anywhere near them. So the Kinetic Grasp not able to gobble it up, and Blunder ends up back in the spawn yet again.
Spawn, the wall was perfectly timed. They threw it against the wall, and so that's why it doesn't get eaten. It's out of the AoE of the Kinetic Grasp. So now they have the wall back up on cooldown. Can you catch them? Here comes the right-hand rotation coming up from SFU. Definitely getting the call to try and circumvent this chokehold.
Zephyr could be in a very difficult spot here if they raid it off the outside. That Rampage is going to get 4. There's no sound barrier yet. It's trying to respond with the Gravitic Flux or the Raccoons, but just don't find anything. Sound barrier late from No Limit just to solidify this on the back of that monstrous Rampage.
Absolutely fantastic. Now, No Limit did invest the sound barrier into that fight, but I think that you go ahead and take that at 85% and counting. The DPS ultimates just came online. They're going to have to invest to try and pull some kind of chokehold out of this.
Oh, brilliant. Artillery strike just to slow it down. Okay, here comes the response the other direction. Only 5 seconds for somebody to touch, and there's already 2 Raccoons down. The Lucio speeds in. Zaps dies. Manages to get a toe on point, but there's just nobody left. We're tied up. We're headed to Night Guard to determine who wins map 1.
Oh my goodness. I mean, Tipster definitely redeemed themselves here. Garnet is such a hard map to play as the May because there's so many different little sneaky holes to get onto the point. Control Center, a lot more regimented as far as how you get yourself onto the point, Jeff. The other thing is the timing of it. Their timing just seems to be a little bit more crisp here in Control Center, and the coordination definitely was there, and the aggression. They definitely fed into Nova, being able to be that playmaker, taking the space and controlling it.
I can see why Nova stuck with the Junker Queen as well. This freshman looked absolutely unstoppable on the Australian tank there in round number 2, and Blunder is going to switch to match.
I mean, I don't hate it. I don't hate it, but I mean, first point presence is going to be gotten by Simon Fraser here. So, oh my God, an early kill from Nova. Hello, right out the gate.
Nova is so lethal with these Jagged Blades. Landed one on a Blunder there. I've almost pulled up to the wrong side of the wall. Oh, man, this is looking dangerous for Raccoons. They're backpedaling so much. Inferno now speeding out, and it's just back against the wall here for SFU. No Limit looking to see if they can put some off the map. Blunder is going to rotate around towards the middle. Now, has to just hold this door, but there's no way for SFU to get through this.
Oh, man, I mean, that kill came so fast, Jeff, that the turrets was never even set up. That's how quickly that Gracie pulled Dongman in. So, I mean, first capture percentage here, 50% counting. They're going to go to the back and try and turn it around the Great Wall.
I don't know if there was enough reinforcements here. I think only 2, maybe 3 got through. No, Zap should be able to get back on. Oh, Zephyr's going to fall under the shots from uOttawa. Lucio took a moment to get back into this fight, and SFU struggling to find entrance still onto this point. The Inferno had this on absolute lock. Akasha playing DPS back out of the backfield. The grenade will force out that immortality field, and Nova's going to push outside. It's crossing amplification matrices here on the back of Night Guard in a very claustrophobic, chaotic fight. But it's still advantage to the Inferno until that Rampage finds a pair. Immortality field keeping the Inferno alive through this for the moment, but it is gone, and Dogman is free to melt your squad.
Oh, what a good fight there. What a great rampage that came out from Blunder, saying, you know what, Nova, anything you can do, I can do better. And Nova actually invested their own rampage into that, so they don't have to worry about that going into this fight. So this is going to be some significant progress being made by SFU here. And they've got a sound barrier. And they've got both DPS ultimates. This is really going to prevent a lot of damage coming in, especially when Tipster lets out this Blizzard. You put the photon barrier out there. Yes, you're going to be frozen up, but the collateral damage will be negated.
Ooh, Blunder in tough spots. The artillery strike, I think, trying to protect, but it's late. Took too long. Sound barrier now out, and the Inferno will rush forward and try to take back the objective, using an artillery strike of their own to get in. Sound barrier from Zaps fades, and the Inferno are left just waiting for the photon barrier to go down. Does give SFU time to get their tank back in this fight, but the Inferno are going to push the go button. Zephyr gets stuck on the back, and the rest of the Raccoons just have to flee.
I mean, and Jeff, they get to hold on to the Blizzard. So, I mean, the photon barrier, the whole thing that I set up, gets just absolutely shut out. And bye-bye, Akash. Bye-bye, Dongman. And now it's 69% and counting. Blunder's going to go too. What a great aggression. What a great amp speed going into that.
Oh, and what impressive use of the Jagged Blade. I feel like if Nova catches you with that thing, you are just dead. There's no get out of jail free. There do not pass go. You are just dead straight to spawn.
Please give me comms. Please give me comms of the landing of Gracie there. Pulling him back in. I want to hear it. Nice rotation, though.
Yeah, but an Amp Matrix was just ready for it. Blizzard coupled with it, and there's just nowhere for SFU to go. The Inferno had a plan, and they executed brilliantly. They come back, take the final two submats at Lijiang Tower to start off our series with a 1-0.
I mean, we're here in the Champions West, and I mean, it is a wild, wild West, and I think that we have a series on our hands. If this continues to go back and forth, Nova has shown that they are a very formidable Junker Queen. Zaps, the Lucio's unlocked, my friend. The Lucio's absolutely unlocked. Caught him right there. I mean, wasn't even really looking at him. Just kind of pressed the boot button and said bye bye to everybody.
I love the brains on some of these Lucio players. Zaps did a wonderful job of bailing out Dogman on Control Center, just using the Lucio to help them get out of that dangerous spot on the coast side. You can see here the boot back into the Ant Matrix. It was a very dominant first round out of SFU, which is what we're seeing here. But then as soon as we get over into Control Center, everything changes. There's the boot from the outside, though. That was brilliant.
I love the close quarter play here from Nova. I think that they understand, the intricacies of our Australian tank. I mean, that was just a 4-man rampage and just cleaned up on the back of it. And they're using the melee as well. So, like, there's 4 different prongs to this Nova attack. You've got the blade and everything.
And Nova uses it so expertly that the rest of the Inferno take care of Blunder, because Blunder's still on the Sigma, and goes in to try to fight the 1v4, and Nova holds off the entirety of the rest of that SFU squad so that Blunder can't get any healing, like there's no resources there, and Nova manages to come up with just a stack of kills single-handedly. Truly impressive Joker Queen play, and something that SFU are going to have to figure out if they want to try to take anything off of the squad.
I mean, Sun Devil Nation rejoice. They're in Tempe, Arizona. I went to culinary school down there. That's the only reason why I know that mascot and I know where it's at, because they were Scottsdale, Tempe, right next to Phoenix. Yes.
Indeed.
Love that place. It's such a cool college town. But for SFU, I mean, definitely they have a lot in the tank. So I think that, as we head into the more traditional types of maps, do we see the same compositions coming out? Are we going to look at Dongman on the Symmetra? I'd like to see a Sojourn to be able to kind of
The Sojourn was sick. The
Sojourn was sick. I want to see more of that, because I think that the poke is what really gave a lot of room for pause from this Inferno squad from ASU. So, while, when you go to Night Market, you think, I have to play Symmetra. That's what goes through my mind. I think that the May has really been the kicker. The walls have been absolutely immaculate for the most part. And I think that they're really focusing on the back of that. And they're, once again, they're playing so well into Nova's aggression and just the timing of the cooldowns, my friend. So darn good. We'll see how they move through the rest of the map types.
I mean, playing Junker Queen into a Bastion is no easy feat by any stretch of the imagination. And Nova is able to pull it off nicely there. But it will be SFU's map pick as we head into our second game type, which will be hybrid. And looks like we're headed to good old Kings Row. Interesting choice, because I might have anticipated that SFU wanted to play a little bit more of that poke style that you're referring to, but they took us to a very close quarters map here in Kings Row.
But Sojourn works so well here, and the reason why is because you have the mobility. You can set up kill boxes opposite of the rest of your team as long as you have the healing resource. And we saw the Zaps really does manage the amps very well. So I think that I can see where they're going with this, Jeff, is because they are trying to use a little bit more mobility to get the DPS players around. Also, looking at what we're seeing from Nova. I mean, Nova, if you can figure out a way to kind of cut off the three-headed dog there, I think that you can actually really make Nova pay. And I think that the answer to that is not Bastion Symmetra. I think it's May Bastion. I think that they need to counter with a May of their own. Is it in the wheelhouse? I don't know. But we'll see if Dongman can bring it out. Late substitution in from their normal starter. I need to go ahead and preface this. Coming in last minute. So, what they did get done, super impressive when you weren't expecting to play.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's if you unfortunately did not get the starting five they were hoping for. Had some kind of complication, but they'll give it their all, and I mean, it was definitely a very competitive map one. We'll see how they answer the Junker Queen out of Nova. So okay, we're just going to go off the assumption that Nova's going to pull out the JQ again. We saw it in all three maps, typical sub-maps of Lijiang Tower where maybe you don't see a Junker Queen. All three maps we saw that from Nova. So let's move forward with that assumption. What do you do if you're SFU? So we're going to a close quarters map. I wonder, are they going to try to play the Sigma and the Poke again and keep distance and play high ground and approach this map that way? That is certainly a thing, particularly when we're going to see them start on defense. Or do they try to match the Junker Queen again, Billy?
Well, they get their player now. They have their starter. Dongman is out and Arc is in. So now they have their five that they were planning on starting with. So I think that this changes the tenor of the conversation that we're going to have here. We need to see what Arc brings to the table. Because Dongman, while they weren't expecting to play Jeff, they had quite a few crucial kills there during Lijiang Gardens. Lijiang Gardens. They kind of got owned on Control Center and Night Market, but you know what? You've got your starting five now that we were expecting coming out from them. So we'll see what the defense here from SFU is going to be. Inferno decided that they want to come out with the attack. You are a big fan of this. I'm a big fan of the defense. And, we'll see what they bring out here. Nova's actually flashing us the Orisa. I don't know if that's going to stay or not, but there's the Sojourn that I was looking for.
Yeah, and Blunder has decided to stick with the Sigma on defense. Now the question is, do they want to go high ground with this Sojourn Bastion Sigma setup, or are they going to kind of split it in half? A lot of times we'll see the Sojourn split off with the Lucio, and the Baptiste Bastion and the Sigma kind of stay together. Mm-hmm. So that's kind of what I'm anticipating, is that sort of two-pronged setup. Arc on the high ground can be very difficult to dislodge. Inferno do look like they're sticking with this Orisa, though.
I mean, it takes space. You can basically walk through the experimental barrier and deny the value of the accretion because you can just fortify, go gold, and it doesn't do anything to you. Yeah, and look at it, it's just so damn aggressive.
It's the threat of the Bastion behind it. Once the fortify is gone and the wheels, the assault mode is gone, there's not much left for the Inferno to work with. They just kind of standing here floundering a bit, and Blunder and Zep are going to move in and clean up.
Nah, that's a bit of hubris there, if I'm completely honest. They tried.
I mean, it was a good catch of the cooldowns.
It was.
It was a really good catch.
It was, but I mean, I think it's still a little bit of hubris, but we'll see how this actually plays out because look at Zephyr. Zephyr got all the work done, BT Dubs and Akasha. I mean, matching what uOttawa is doing as their counterpart. Early window here from Inferno might be the ticket to unlock this point.
Yeah, and then don't forget about Arc sitting on this high ground. Always a threat on that angle. Arc does eventually drop down back by the phone booth, which might indicate a rotation here. Tipster is going to go ahead. Well, the entire team is just going to rotate up top here from the Inferno.
I like it. I say that.
Oh,
and they
got red, though.
Yep, they got red like a book.
Look at this! Akasha was on stairs side. You had Arc all the way across towards window, and then you had Blunder ground level. That was a three-prong attack. The Inferno just walked out into a blender.
Yeah, they got absolutely Vitamix there. They got Vitamix, and they got pureed and strained, and they are a beautiful velvety sauce right now. I only say that because I got a brand new Vitamix at work today, and I'm super happy with it. And I strained a very beautiful Bordelaise sauce. But I say that
spicy.
Moving. Oh gosh.
The Inferno spicy? Huh? All right.
Okay. I mean, is it devilish though because of the Sun Devils? Nice little rotation from Tipster here, looking to pull and cordon somebody off. The walls have not been so good.
And Manchester to try to stop it. That wall was brilliant. Gravitic Flux from Blunder, though, might be able to shut this down. The Immortality Field's already been taken care of, but without Akasha there, Blunder's just not going to have the sustain. This is very dangerous with only Lucio healing, and any death here means that they won't be able to retake. Blunder's backing up, Arc will fall. Blunder somehow stayed alive for as long as they did, but eventually will fall. It was a javelin, energy javelin, that knocked him into the wall. There will be no recontest.
Did he hyper-sue himself to death, though? I mean, did you really die, or did you kill yourself? That's the question. Flux really didn't get a lot done. As soon as I said something about Tipster's walls, they put out two immaculate walls. So I'm sorry, Tipster. I will never yell at you again. But you do have Blizzard and this Terror Surge. So that's a wombo combo that's absolutely
They're not ready
scary.
for this. They're not ready for this. Zoana's already found Arc immediately. It's an artillery strike from Zephyr, but not sure where quite to use it. It's going to be a sound barrier from the defense. No limit holding on to theirs. Perhaps a mistake as we see the defense able to hold despite the clever move coming from the Inferno.
And they put out the Blizzard and the Terror Surge, and they get zilch for it. So, I mean, heavy investment here. They don't even get it past Bookstore. So there's an archway hold coming up here for the Raccoons. You've got a overclock ready to go. Arc has shown that they have the aim pretty much on lock. You do have a sound barrier here for the Inferno to try and get aggressive with.
That's the only benefit not using it in that last fight. Arc's in the back, overclock, ready to go. Just waiting for somebody to turn the corner, and it was Tipster, the poor sod, that put their head in front of the crossfire of Arc. They don't even need the overclock just yet, as this defense will continue as they eat up more time. Accretion in will stop the javelin spin, and yeah, Zephyr is there with all the damage you need to melt No Limit and the tank too.
God, I mean, what a great sequence of events there, and they still hold on to the overclock, and now they gain the Flux in the interim. I mean, what a great play here from them. That's a beautiful placement of that window coming out of Akasha, getting it done.
Yeah, clean. Very, very clean. Blunder, now with the Gravitic Flux, has been outstanding with them all day. Here comes a massive rush. That is just super speed in from the Inferno, but they get greeted by the overclock from Arc. Zephyr finds the final blow. Blunder still looking for a spot to use the Flux, but doesn't really need it. Blocks the energy javelin, and Tipster is down. So the signal composition working out really well here. The aggression from the Inferno just gets stopped in its tracks, Billy. They're so good at catching it.
I mean, it's the management of cooldowns. I mean, as a tank player here in this current meta, you have to have your cooldowns on lock, and that's something that I do not do very well myself on tank. That's why I play DPS now, because I'm old. But you know who isn't old is Blunder, and the shield management as well.
I mean, Blunder has been blocking energy javelins with the shield, using the accretion to take Nova out of javelin spin. It seems like every time that the Inferno try to use the tank cooldowns to get in, Blunder is shutting it down with one of their own with the outplay. Here comes the Terror Surge all the way into the back. It's going to be an artillery strike. Oh, it'll get anything. What a combo. Pulled in and blown to bits.
I mean, but they buy 2 fights of it. 40 seconds left here on the clock to get themselves to the Foundry. They still are facing double support ultimates coming up here from the Raccoon. So while they do lose this fight, they just took out 2 massive ultimates from the Inferno. It's beautiful to look at, but now, they have some work to do to get themselves inside the Foundry, Jeff.
Good news for the Inferno is Blunder tried to use the Gravitic Flux as the Terror Surge was coming out, so... Oh, and there it is again! It's the Blizzard that manages to get past that kinetic grass. Sound Barrier will protect everybody else, but without the front line, the SFU team has a difficult choice ahead of them. It doesn't look like they're going to go ahead and try to contest as Zap steps up for that and switch to the Wrecking Ball so the tank can get back in this fight as soon as possible. But Ark's already gone. A good shot there from Uottawa. Nova means nobody else is getting away.
Yep, 1:20 on the clock here, and Inferno really starting to get some good headwinds here coming into this next fight. They was very expensive through those last 2 fights. All 5 ultimates came out. So now you're looking at an overclock. We know that Arc has the aim. They've been doing it with the charge rail shots. Now what are they going to do with the ultimate?
Arc sitting all the way in the back. Really not much to block this, especially onto a squishy. No Limits close to the Sound Barrier. They have got to get this all in line. 48 seconds and they're running out of time. That's a good kill. Blunder's already down. SFU now struggling to find any safe place to hide. And the Inferno free to build up the rest of their ults.
I mean, this is going to be a capture here, unless Arc can pull out the Lord's work. And Akash down, your main source of healing's gone.
Uh-oh. Nope. The overclock immediately gets shut down the moment they pulled the trigger. It was a beautiful attack there on the back end. Coming out. I mean, that opening kill to take Blunder down just bought them the entire rest of the point.
Okay. Well, we'll see how this is going to turn out. But, I mean, the time bank basically drained to 0. So there's some room here for SFU. And I think that really, I mean, they played so well on the back of Blunder. The management was so good. I think that one wombo combo right around the bookstore is what actually put the spear in the King's back and really got it done. That was the one right there that I think completely shook the Raccoons out of their shell.
I mean, it was a phenomenal play. I would say you could also add the very first rotation through Hotel, where everybody threw the haste spell and got double actions and just charged through the Hotel and overwhelmed SFU. And the Inferno really, there was a bit of a stabilization on point B, sure, but that one also was a very impressive move when the Inferno were looking down and out on point A.
Well, the good thing about Hybrid is that everybody gets a chance to attack. And now it's time for the Raccoons to show us what they are truly made of here. But no changes out here from the Inferno. We're going to keep everybody what we've seen so far today, except for Nova staking with the Orisa. So can Blunder, once again, overpower and out cooldown this Orisa player?
That's tough to do. But patience is the name of the game here for Blunder on the Sigma. Inferno are going to go ahead and just fall back around the corner. Zephyr going in and use that Wheels form early. Blunder, ooh, that's a nasty spear. Blunder tried to hang out just using the Immortality field, but it just disappeared and there was no light from that lamp.
I mean, the light went out in their eyes and so did it for Arc as well. And it's done here. So, I mean, 30 seconds off the clock here. We're going to see if there's going to be any changes here, because now would be the time. You know, you still have lots of time on the clock. Do you want to figure out something maybe to try and counter what they're running here? I mean, what do you do against the Nova right now? You need to, take care of the back line first, work from back to front.
On the moment the Matrix comes down, Tipster had Akash's head dialed in. I mean, that was a head-seeking icicle. Immediate death.
It's all going to come down to how fast Blunder can get this up, get this flux up, because, Zaps is nowhere near a sound barrier right now, and No Limit already has it. That's the power of what we are seeing from this Inferno backline.
It seems like the Garnet Flux is almost necessary to try to get that Bastion out of there. Look at the wall and push the Ant Matrix into the high ground. Nobody can use it. It's going to be an artillery strike completely negated by a sound barrier from No Limit. Now a Terror Surge sends Blunder back to spawn. And it's going to be just way too difficult to try to push in through with no tank.
Just to note, Javelin Spin takes Blunder out of the Gravitic Flux, though Nova showing the skills not only on the JQ, but now on my beloved Donkey Horse.
Risa is a fun hero, and if you can land those energy javelins, it can be oh so vicious. We know how good Nova was with the jagged blade of Junker Queen. Equally as apt with the energy spheres. Blizzard underneath the kinetic grasp once again. Tipster is just so good at placing these. The sound barrier is pretty good. Nova falls, but an artillery strike seals the deal. Just when you think there's not going to be any follow-up, Zoana shows up.
3 ultimates into the fight. Now Arc is starting to come alive, takes Tipster out of the fight.
Ooh. Still have Zoana as well as H2O, I believe, down low. Arc is in a bit of trouble. Nice volley of headshots. Oh, that wasn't Arc up there. That was a Kasha. Here comes Arc right up front and personal. Shield out, and Blunder trying to desperately hold this line.
I mean, Zoana is starting to get the damage in. There's the shield. There's the kinetic grasp. And now they're going to have to invest the artillery strike.
No Limit is still 10% away from this sound barrier. About to caught in a corner, somehow avoids the damage from that artillery strike. Great wall, and Blunder's in a lot of trouble. Arc goes down as well, and here comes Nova through the hotel to force Zephyr all the way back. This is falling apart for SFU.
I mean, we're at 50 seconds and counting. That sound barrier came up right when you said it was 90%. It went up like 9% in a second. Absolutely massive work from them, and then Kasha is in serious trouble again.
Oh, means they'll probably only get one more good fight out of this, Billy.
Well, I mean, they're going to be going up against a Ant Matrix. We're going to see Arc come up with this overclock. It's going to have to be huge, Jeff. It's going to have to be absolutely massive.
Arc get a triple kill earlier. SFU need it now, or they're going down in an 0-2. Arc looping around the outside. We saw them moving up. They're going to be on your back left side on that high ground. Keep that in mind as Blunder moves forward. Wall, Ant Matrix. How is the... Oh, that's hell. Blunder took to the skies. Like, I am flying. I am out of here. Doing the Superman routine. Dropping into the back. Still can't find any kills, but it is Arc coming alive, just as we had hoped, at least SFU fans. Zephyr is down, though, and the work is not done here for SFU. Zoana comes back through, flanking the hotel, finds Arc in a battle with their tank, will mow them down with a little help from the Lucio, and SFU are running out of resources here. It's going to be a sound barrier from Zaps, only hits Blunder and themselves to try to take this point. You gotta take Zoana down, but the healing is just too good. The Bastion just won't die.
Blizzard. Oh, Blizzard is going to be out as well, and that's going to clear it up right there, Jeff. They fight back. They get the full hold here on Kings Row. My goodness. We've been praising Nova here for the Inferno. I want to give a big fat nod to the back line of ASU. Absolutely on point with these heals and just turning fights around that they had no business winning.
Serious. I mean, that...
Absolutely dirty. Absolutely dirty. I mean, look at that. I mean, coming out of H2O Aqua, I mean, the placements of these Ant Matrices have been absolutely disgusting. And then, you know, they're focusing down that lamp. Every time that it comes out, when a combo is coming out, they're ready for it.
Every time. I mean, and then the Inferno responding with combos of their own, like the one we're seeing here. Oh, Zoana, I mean, putting out so much work. Ridiculous on the Bastion. Yeah.
I love it. I mean, go ahead.
I was just saying, Nova at the center of it all, like at the middle of this outstanding performance. And, I mean, no coincidence. Coming from the Sun Devils, there's a Nova heating them up and keeping them burning hot here through this on the Orisa, no less, which is, well, not particularly meta at the moment, but you know what? With Nova, anything seems to work. Whatever Nova picks, I have full confidence in Billy.
I mean, I absolutely agree with you. I mean, I think that they're investing once again. They're making sure that their tank stays alive. They're willing to take a loss, either to a support or a DPS. But as long as Nova is in the fight, the Inferno definitely have a shot to win a fight.
Well, we're going to take a little break here for halftime. While we're doing that, be sure and go drop a sub on the NECC YouTube. You're looking for VODs of your NECC matches? All NEC VODs are housed on our YouTube page. Just search NECC Esports on YouTube to find our page. While you're there, drop a follow for all of our future content. With that said, we're heading into the half. We're going to come back for Flashpoint in just a minute. We'll see you there. Oh, I love you all. I missed y'all. Welcome back. We're about to head into map number 3 here in our final game of week 3. Oh, it's, Simon Fraser University down 0-2 to Arizona State, the Inferno. And, it wasn't even really close on Kings Row, Billy. That last map was all Inferno.
And it all roads to Rome lead through Nova. Nova is a star in their own right. Well, you know what? We're going to go to Saravasa. And I like the pick coming from SFU. I think that they need to change their composition up a little bit. I don't think that they can continue to run this Sigma into either the Orisa or the Junker Queen. I think they need to be a little bit more adaptive to what they're seeing coming out from the Inferno. So for me, I think that we want to look at, what can we do to counter? What can we do to stall out this freight train that is the Inferno right now? And I think that they've got to get themselves in the back line, my friend.
So ARC going to make their debut of the series there in that last map, and certainly saw some signs of brilliance out of that Sojourn. Mm-hmm. Maybe that's where that spark. Maybe that's the ticket to getting into that backline, finding some key angles, finding a good off angle perhaps, or just creating the right LOS to where Arc can get some of those shots down and disconnect No Limit and H2O from Nova.
I mean, what I saw, Jeff, is that health bars really dropped low, but they weren't able to confirm the kills. And hear me out here. Genji exists. And when you're running in with a Bastion composition, you're not getting it done with the Sojourn, I think that you go in with a Genji. I think that Genji is able to really confirm those last kills. It puts a lot more harassment on No Limit and H2O Aqua. So, I say that there's Zephyr coming out onto the Genji. So they're thinking exactly along the same lines that I'm thinking. Get to the back line, confirm those kills.
Yep, no Bastion here. It's running a completely separate DPS line. Really, the only two heroes that are mirrored are Lucio and the JQ. Here comes Zephyr already, looping all into the back. Kind of using this pillar to dance around, sights on the Bastion, and they find it. Bastion dies immediately. Well thought out plan here from SFU to claw their way back into the series. So far, so good. First fight into Saravasa.
Exactly what they needed. And it's not only the ability to confirm the kills and to land headshots, by the way, onto Nova, but it's also to make sure that you have that harassment in the back line. You're not letting No Limit and H2O Aqua just exist, and have their tea and, put one hand behind their back. Now, for the Inferno, they're going to have to think about and have room for pause. Every time that they put the wheels down, there's a deflect that's going to be coming back your way. It's going to be pulling your resources out.
Could cause a big problem. It's good job from Nova and No Limit to stay up in ult charge. Good wall. Blunder is absolutely cordoned off from the rest of the team, and there's no Baptiste to get an immortality field in there. Blunder is down immediately as the Inferno make their own adaptations. Akasha's going to fall to the back. Zephyr trying to pull it back with a blade. This is a 3v5.
Yep, 70%, that's a damn good first fight, though, Jeff. I think that's actually really good coming out from them. It's going to be dueling rampages coming into this next fight, and the Lucio charges are on point. The big thing is that Akasha went to the Kiriko and gets absolutely dumpstered.
Yeah, I got blown up. I understand the thought behind the Kiriko. Losing your other support would be absolutely disastrous. Still think a disengage is necessary. Oh, that Jagged Blade!
Damn!
Oh, Zephyr got so lucky they got pulled into that middle pillar.
Nova don't miss. Nova don't miss, and Nova don't play. Now you're going to have almost a full 4-pack here coming in from SFU. The 5-pack is almost online for Inferno. They have done this all in the neutral. Very scary stuff.
As I was saying, I can see why Akasha is bringing Kiriko here, considering a rush to start things off. And as to hold that, Suzu will be able to get him out of the blizzard. They do. Tipster falls. The Suzu works out well, as is the Kiriko pick. And now a rampage over the middle. Immortality field is down, and so is the sound barrier. Everything being thrown out from the Inferno to try to survive, and nothing is working. Akasha's pick comes in big here when they needed it most.
Absolutely. And the overclock really does put all that frontline pressure on them from range, and now they're going to take this point over, and they only have the artillery strike left. So, I mean, when the dust settles, one ultimate's going to be on the field. You're looking at Zephyr coming up on a blade. So, I mean, a couple of headshots, you're going to have the katana drawn up against an artillery strike. I'm taking the Genji in that fight every time.
The strike is early. He just engaged, as we've seen. It's going to be a touch here from Tipster using that ice block. Somebody's got to come back him up. It can't just be Tipster there. H2O barely even makes it to the point. They have to duck out around the corner and use the immortality field. This point will go to SFU eventually. Two straggling members sticking around, so SFU will not only get the lead here on the map, but they should get an advantageous position into the next sub point, assuming Nova doesn't kill anyone. Okay, all right. Nova almost just making me sweat here. Definitely making SFU sweat a little bit.
I mean, and then Lucio, I mean, No Limit has no fear. Absolutely ready to go in and take care of things as we head now to Palace. And this is a very open spot here. So for SFU, they need to get their sight lines down. They need to get Zephyr in position, ready to go at a moment's notice. Once they see the support line come out from the Inferno, that's when you unleash the katana. You pull that immortality field out, and you take care of the back line.
And it's going to be with a Kitsune Rush. That's a Fox and a Dragon combining to take uOttawa out of the fight. Great boop! Right into the line of fire of Zephyr. And they're there to slice and dice everyone.
Just like again, so back in the 80s, it slices and dices and does everything that you want and gets you the first point. And yeah, it's two impactful ultimates coming in, but that Kitsune Rush, the thing that it does that a lot of people don't really recognize for the value, it gets everybody else's ultimates up really fast, and Blunder's going to have the Rampage coming in this fight.
Yep, and No Limit about 25% away from the sound barrier. It's going to be a race on that one. The Suzu could bail SFU out. Kasha stays alive long enough. It is Blunder who pulls the trigger first on it. No Limit does not have the sound barrier. It's just an immortality field trying to keep everybody alive. Nova responds. Oh, it's going to fall as the zaps. I didn't see the Suzu. I don't know what happened, but Nova killed everyone.
I mean, No Limit does it with the amp speed and the boop that puts it back into the field of the Jagged Blade. Oh, my word. Carnage gets the work done. But, I mean, really, it was expensive there for SFU. Only the sound barrier remaining on the field. Arc is coming up on their overclock, but you've got both support ultimates here for the Inferno. This window could absolutely be the fight turner here for the Inferno. That, wait for the sound barrier to come out. Get yours out second. The second one is usually the better one, and then absolutely cremate them with your own window.
See who has got the ice in their veins here in this next fight could determine this point, perhaps even serve us as a whole. H2O sitting with that Matrix. His trips are dumping down, splitting the team in half. But SFU don't really get frozen up. Nice. Suzu kept Blunder from getting frozen at the very end, but still they die. Sound barrier only hit 3. SFU have to stick around and fight this out. Otherwise, this point is just gone. And, well, they were kind of split on the decision to go in. The Inferno will even things up on Cervasa.
I mean, Jeff, what do we always say? Indecision will get you killed. Well, we just saw what happened there. They absolutely get blown up. And it looks like we are heading now, I believe, to Ruins as we head up to the northwestern quadrant here of India.
Can I take a moment to point out just the dance move we just saw from Arc to stay alive? Because of that, SFU can move in and grab this point. If Arc wasn't in this fight, they wouldn't be able to do this.
Correct. I mean, early artillery strike coming in from Zoana, but you've got a Blade now. Blade is going to be huge.
Oh, H2 is already in a lot of trouble. Immortality Field's gone, and H2O is not in this fight. Dashing through everyone. The Ninja of Zephyr just annihilates the team in a flash and a smoke bomb. The Inferno are gone.
And they do it just on the back of that. I mean, what a great Blade that came out. Waiting for the cooldowns, waiting for the rotation. Gets it done. Oh, my God. The dash, the punch. Everything was on point there for Zephyr. Zephyr, kind of got beat up. They're on Lijiang Gardens. They have actually turned it around and have turned into a fantastic map here. That wall was not what Tipster wanted, and now they're going to be able to regroup on the point.
this... Oh, there we go. This Kiriko has been working out so well. And here's the Kitsune Rush to start things off.
All right, so Arc gets takes out the Aqua. And now Akasha getting it done with the Kitsune Rush coming out. Absolutely going through everybody, having a wonderful time as well. 82% and counting. The Rampage comes out and gets caught on the wall. That's not what he wanted. Nova's going to go down. Zephyr getting it done. That's going to be this point. Going over to SFU. They're going to take the 2-1 lead. They're going on map point.
Indeed, but I think we've already used both of their closer spots, so the Inferno should get favorable positioning here on these next two subpoints.
Absolutely. But I mean, look at this. I mean, look at the ultimates now. I mean, Zephyr used Blade in the previous fight, 87% towards Blade now. Then you're going to have the Rampage and the Overclock to boot. Oh my word, Palace is going to be the point here. This is scary, Jeff. There's the early Rampage. Oh my god.
Oh, it's massive. Yeah, that found 4. Zawada died immediately.
Bye-bye.
Nova's scrambling for health. There's none to be found. Arc with the monstrous aim. Incredible accuracy as Arc kills everyone.
Jeff, we were talking about Arc, how we saw signs of brilliance. This was just an opus operandi. It was so good. It was so good. It was an opum glorium in Latin, the beautiful composure. Oh my god, it was so good. And now they're going to have a sound barrier to keep themselves up through this blizzard.
Under set him up, and Arc knocked him down. Well, I don't know if you remember the fight before, but it was Genji Dreams of Stairwell, and here comes Zephyr once again. Zawada slides out of the way, and the sound barrier out early from No Limit. Blunder dies early, so does Zaps want to use their own sound barrier in this fight? No, looks like they're just going to get the heck out of dodge.
Absolutely smart decision there. And I mean, their coach has got to be proud of them for not panic pressing the Q there. So, I mean, yeah, you flip over the
It's so easy to do.
Yeah, it's so easy to do. You and I do it all the time. Well, okay, I do it all the time. I'm not going to throw you under the bus like that. I do it all the time.
But the best of us.
I mean, Arc coming up on another overclock here. We saw what they did with the last one, and they still have this sound barrier and a rush coming up.
But Blunder has no route of escape. It is now just getting a blizzard thrown right at their feet. But the Suzu from Akasha is on point. Zaps with the sounds, and SFU are finding their rhythm here on the back of it. Able to pick up one. Disengaging from the Kitsune Rush coming out of H2O. SFU now spawned with an overclock. Arc's got one again? Are you kidding me? No Limit eats one, eats two. Can you find that one on the back end? Looking for Nova. Nova's Rampage does find a pair. Nova now in a fight with Blunder, but Blunder slices through them with the carnage, and SFU hang on.
They left poor Arc out to dry, Jeff. I feel so bad for the Sojourn right now, doing all the work and just, praying for a crumb of heals. Please, sir, may I have some heals? And no, you get no heals. We keep Blunder alive, and now Blunder has the Rampage going into this next fight. We're gonna see. Do we invest a Zoana? Overclock coming in this next fight? Well, maybe not, because Suzu's already out.
Suzu's already been used! Then that's a 4-player Rampage. It's gonna be 3, but it's both DPS and Nova. Nova's in a lot of trouble. That carnage should get it done. Yep, Zephyr is in the back. Just dash at the ready money. Low health targets. Zephyr's all over him. Wow. SFU get a map on the board as they take Suravasa. Fend off the sweep.
I mean, Jeff, can we talk about Blender? But more, can we talk about Akasha? Holy cow. The Suzus were on point, and they were watching. They were watching their opposite, waiting for that Suzu to come out before they let loose with their combos. Got it absolutely done. Zephyr bringing out the Genji that I was so praying for. This is what the Genji does. It gets the harassment in the back line. It gives you extra mobility. It gives you that finishing power that they have been lacking for the first 2 maps. And now they brought it to full fruition here. SFU showing us so much heart here. Boom Diana, Precocious, their coach, has to be super proud right now.
Well, and stepping away from the Bastion, it's a bold choice. Bastion feels like such a must-pick these days. And SFU, they come in with a gutsy move and putting Zephyr on the Genji and Arc on the Sojourn. And, look at that. That is just what every Genji player dreams of. And Zephyr makes the most out of a golden opportunity. Put up one of the coolest plays I have seen all night long. And then Arc with this triple kill. Just, It was, well, I think it was Billy's kiss. I think is what that.
I love you, dude. I love you,
Yeah,
dude. You're my homie. I mean, just the predictive nature here of Arc. I mean, understanding what their opposite's going to do, what the opposition's going to do. Absolutely perfect coming out from them. I mean, this is exactly what they needed, and I really like that they do go away from the Bastion. And I think the Bastion right now is not a must pick. I mean, it's a great pick.
Sure.
Bastion is in a great spot. The things that you have to have on your team, you have to have a Lucio, you have to have a Bastion, unless you're on a Junker Queen centric map like a Suravasa, where the Rampage is going to come out. We saw both teams bring out the Kiriko there. The better timing came from SFU, really holding on to that Suzu until it was absolutely needed. Patience was shown, restraint was shown. And that's the big difference that happened here on Suravasa. This might be the beginning of a reverse sweep because that's going to be in their heads now.
And we're headed to push for our next map type, and it feels like push has more in common with Flashpoint maps than it does with, say, hybrid, as far as the pace of play and how quickly your rotations matter, how much your rotations matter, and so. I mean, it can't help but feel that SFU really found their stride a bit there on that last map, and the Genji Sojourn was a huge part of it. Well, I mean, if you're ASU, do you keep with what you've been running? I think that's the question.
I mean,
May is so strong right now. They've looked so good on the May. It's been ridiculous. May got buffed to a primary fire, but still has the same ult charge, so super fast blizzards. And they've been putting them to great use, like, holy cow.
Right. I think that, so depending on what is banned here, and I think that if I am SFU right now, you have to ban Esperanza out. You have to ban it. Oh, they ban Coliseo. Oh no. Okay. I think that
Interesting.
It's interesting because if you want to run this Genji composition, which they did very well on, you want it more linear. And Esperanza gives you so much more of a high ground, low ground feel than the other two push maps. So, and
the ability to flank, right? I mean, just so many more routes to work with. So exactly.
So I think this is actually probably a little bit of a miss here from SFU, but we'll see. They're feeling it right now. I mean, that was a great map for them, and their coach probably guiding them along the way. And I mean, they lost the first two maps, but they take Flashpoint back. Yeah, I mean, we'll see what comes out here for them.
Yep, looks like we have gotten a pick in here from the Sun Devils, and ASU, the Inferno have chosen New Queen Street.
Well, this actually plays
number 4,
right? I think this actually plays into SFU. The flanking,
a little bit for sure. A little bit,
yeah.
For sure. That's kind of what I was thinking with the Coliseo ban, is they were looking for a map that had more of these flank angles to work with.
Exactly. So I think for I would have banned Esperanza, but I mean, the fact that we're going to Canada, I mean, this actually might play into SFU's hand. So the Canadian squad looking to make it a little bit cold down in Tempe right now. They're starting the reverse sweep right now. And I think that if they can continue to play the way they did, and when Blunder can get the work done up front, I think this is actually going to be really good for them.
I mean, Blunder was really good with the Rampages. I would say Blunder had the better ult usage from the Junker Queen, but Nova was a bit stronger in the neutral. Now, with that said, it may be a moot point here if Nova's going to come back out on the Orisa.
But I mean, once you get past the cooldowns, I think that the Junker Queen has a little bit more in the tank, especially with the speed, especially with Akasha. That's going to be on this. It's going to be on this Kiriko. I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We'll see how this actually turns out here in the opening engagement.
Looks like SFU value in the high ground. Okay, Inferno do eventually make their way over there. SFU have that precious card or that precious real estate around the statue. You see Zaps is holding it down. Nova's just going to go use the Fortify. Actually gets booped out of the way. Now he's going to rotate around. Blunder with a shout, trying to back out. The teams do not want to relinquish control of this precious center area. Losing Akasha and Blunder to the cause before they would escape.
Well, I think now it's time for Blunder to come back out on the Sigma and give Nova a lot more to think about. Because the Junker Queen, yeah. Especially when we're looking at these tight hairpin corners coming around. They've got to be able to get on top of the point, and Akasha has to not be so much DPS oriented and try to really turn it around.
You see the focus is on to Zawada at the moment, but Zawada has stayed nice and healthy. Even an Immortality Field invested here from the Inferno. Make sure they can keep that Bastion alive.
Yeah, not good.
Yeah, early use. Arc on a nice little flank angle here, and Zephyr goes into the back. uOttawa falls. Zephyr managing to just warm their way in under the skin of the Inferno and prying them apart from the inside out.
I mean, that's the power of the Genji right now, is the fact that you can get the deflect and you can pour all that damage back onto the aggressors. They're going to take the lead here. They've got Blade in their back pocket. They almost have a 5-pack of ultimates. Tipster is not getting it done on the Sojourn right now. And they know that this is not a May happy map, so they have to play something a little bit different here. This is actually playing, like I said, into SFU's hands. They take the lead. And how much are they going to get out of this?
I know the Inferno like to play fast. Here they go. They're going to rush him, but they're running into a Kitsune rush. They're going to use the Amp Matrix. Just keep everybody at bay. Arc is going to fall. Zephyr is still in deep, trying to stick around through this, but what a wonderful amplification matrix to nullify Akasha's ult.
I mean, and really, Tipster showing us why they are playing what they are playing. We saw the icicles taking people's domes left and right, so the aim is definitely there. They're going to come into this fight with a 5-pack.
Close to it. Both teams missing a support ult. All it took to win that. Lead regained here by the Inferno as they round the corner and look to get those closer spawns. Zephyr trying to find a place to pull this Katana out, but Sound Barrier is down. What a projective ball from No Limit. What a spear from Nova. The spear is mightier than the sword and the boop onto the Rampage. Blunder still manages to find 3 despite the boop, because Zawada's going to mow him down. Arc finds one with a Disruptor shot, but SFU were scattered.
Good Lord. No Limit has the cojones that every one of us wish we had when we're playing support. And, I mean, that was a great denial of the good Rampage. Now, for Arc, I mean, Arc has to turn this around. Otherwise, this is going to be a very, very one-sided push map.
I didn't even see the artillery strike in there from Zawan. It kind of kept everybody else from following up on that blade. Arc with the overclock. Searching for targets. Everybody's hiding. Nova will be able to cross that open sight line without getting too much damage. But up top, Tipster overstayed their welcome here in this tiny corridor. Zaps and Arc able to collapse on that. Now looking for more room around this outside. Arc has been so good on these off angles and buying room and attention for Zephyr to get in. Zephyr's already in deep. Deflect use. We'll get it back around the window. Couldn't find anything in the back line. But SFU have managed to acquire quite a bit of space.
Well, I mean, Terra Surge ready to go. Overclock ready to go. Amp Matrix ready to go. This is a scary fight.
Yeah, that's a lot of map control instantly purchased here by uOttawa, with Zawana throwing in a heavy investment of bullets as well. Zephyr catching the business end of that deal. Nova finds them, and Inferno still haven't really had to spend a whole lot. Speaking of spending, Blunder's going to use this Kitsune Rush to find No Limit. Didn't even see where they got that one. Woo! Careful, Akasha. You don't want to challenge that Bastion, not just yet. Tipster drops down to the high ground with an overclock. And just putting all attention on to Blunder. They do eventually go down. Oh! And the headshot onto Akasha as well. The deflect will run out, and the Inferno maintain their lead. Zephyr picks up 2, has a blade. Sound Barrier already used here in what is a 2v2 in the back at this point. Zephyr is going to fall. Looks like Zaps is still here. Against Nova. It's a Lucio 1v1. No Limit wins it out.
No Limit just says, kind of blows the nostrils out and says, I am the greater Lucio here. It wasn't a true Lucio 1v1 though, Jeff. We know, because got completely barreled down by Nova. Zaps did the best they could, but you know what? We're gonna see this SFU progress going up.
It's speed. They're able to get back into this thing with the shout and some early deaths. And now the blade is out and no immortality field to protect H2O onto the back of the Bastion, and not even all of that damage. It's going to keep Zephyr from moving through your backline. Nova finally takes him down, but Tipster, yeah, only had 1 health. Easy pickets there for Akasha and Arc with some cleanup on the back. This is going to be a checkpoint and close response unlocked. We're going to be tied.
I mean, Jeff, 6 minutes off the clock here. And look at
they
the
still have a meter. Ooh, that's an important meter, Billy.
It is, but they've got 3 ultimates coming into this fight and nothing online for the Inferno. ASU is on the back foot here.
Okay, the Inferno are a split second late trying to go contest. They allow SFU to steal the lead away from them. Blunder backing out, taking a lot of damage from that Bastion. The Fortify used as well. As soon as that wheel goes up, though, it's going to be vulnerable, and the Inferno just get run through. The Rampage hits everyone. It is just nothing but purple and blue in the kill feed.
Oh, my lord. I mean, they invest 3 ultimates in that fight. They still have the rush, Jeff. So, this is scary. I mean, look at this. Hiding behind TS with 1.
Garbage.
And then going in. So good.
All 5 hit on that. Everyone was purple. Tony, Blunder's rampages are top notch. And here comes Arc. Speaking of top notch, No Limit already falls. Hits that shot. Tipster has to duck out the corner. They peeked that, and Arc wasn't having any of it. That's 3 for Arc. Give me the 4th. Akasha steal it away, but it's another team kill here for SFU. They have a gargantuan lead now.
I mean, Jeff, I talked about it where they banned out Coliseo. And okay, so I thought we were going to Esperanza. I mean, that was a perfect map for the Inferno to choose. They say, you know what? We're good. We're gonna go to a more linear map. Not the right choice. Not at all.
Oh, it has certainly worked out well. Although, as we say, that Blunder's going to fall. But it's been Zephyr on this Genji. It's kind of been the X factor throughout the last 2 maps, and manages to find a pick here that enables SFU to continue to put pressure down and eat more time off of this clock. You even get the sound barrier out at No Limit. Zaps is just going to turn around and run and say, thank you, I'm out.
Yeah, I mean, perfect. Perfect for them. And now, you know, they're going to have the Blade. They're coming up on a couple of ultimates here as well. Here's the big kicker. Oh!
That's a dangerous move. Yeah, I don't know how Nova goes down. I was watching Zaps dance around, just mesmerizing. But the Inferno have no tank. Blunder is feeling as free as could be as they fly towards a pile of squishies with a shout and a rampage to boot.
Yeah, and they're going to hold this blade until they hear that shout come out, and then they're going to go in.
It's in a rush here from Inferno, but uOttawa was so very low. Blunder has ducked around into this corner. It could be a dangerous move. Everybody knows it. They're going to use the Rampage to get out. Rampage hits 3. They have no Akasha, but they need to get these kills. Tipster will fall to the tick damage. Zephyr decides to give up on going for the Lucio to see if they can get Nova out of this fight. Nova's going to heal using that Rampage and what little healing Lucio can put out. But Zephyr is still here with the sound barrier to back them up. It's uOttawa from the high ground who finally silences this Simon Fraser squad.
Well, Simon Fraser buying a lot of time. We're sub 60 seconds now, Jeff, and we've got just the overclock ready to go for Tipster. Tipster's going to possibly go out. Nope. Healing is good there. Arc versus Tipster into this next fight, Jeff. This is going to be a good one, and they got the rush at their back.
I mean, the Inferno have less than half the amount of distance SFU are currently sitting at. Multiple fights needed with only 30 seconds remaining. Overclock from Tipster. Show us what you got on this soldier, but you're going into a Kitsune rush. Blunder just runs them down. Tipster cannot find any good targets, but fortunately for the Inferno, Zoana does. Zephyr out of the fight. Arc down to 3 health, backing away up to the stairwell. And SFU will hold for another go.
I mean, we're going to be in overtime. I mean, even before we get to the scratch moment. And, I mean, the big thing is that No Limit has their sound barrier going into this fight. So they have some room to work.
That's it. That's all the room they've got. This 3 seconds. Butt Scratch has already been activated, so this bot will keep moving. No. No, the butt scratch had not been
Oh my
activated.
God.
The butt's stuck, and Ark is here in the window and has your name written all over this railgun. That's another 3K from Ark, and it is good enough. You'll make it 4. Ark will send Simon Fraser to a map 5.
Oh boy. Inferno may have pooped the bed there. Because Esperanza would have been a much better map. You made this linear. And the fact that you made it linear means that Ark has areas to work in. Zephyr can basically stalk their point out and blunder. Even though they don't get POTG, Blunder was the better Junker Queen here.
I mean, those rampages were absolutely massive. I'd love to see a stat how many rampage kills they had. That was a great shutdown. No Limit very much anticipated that Dragon Blade. And is able to get that sound barrier out. And of course the spear, but this rampage. The boop was there, but it was a touch late. And there's just nothing you can do. Nobody can heal. And SFU have all the confidence in the world. And then here we go with just the Arc show to top it all off.
Oh, it's so good. It's so good. I mean, Blunder using this to get out and really prolonging the fight. And, you know, you see the kills coming on the back of it. I mean, the smart usage of ultimates here. SFU really turned it around.
That was a total bait. Get as many people baiting into that stairwell as possible to rampage them. So it's, yeah. And then here we get the 4K at the end from Ark. We saw like those sparks of outstanding play from Ark early. Man, as this series has gone on, they have gotten more and more lethal, Billy.
Well, speaking about lethality, we've got something new coming up here for the NECC. Please don't miss the chance to make your mark on the Rift. The Samsung SSD Fall Open is calling all aspiring esports champions to rise to the challenge in a qualifier tournament. Grab your teammates, register now, and prepare to compete for cash, glory, and epic Samsung SSD prizes in this ultimate showdown. Join the action, claim your spot on the leaderboard, and make your mark on the Collegiate Rift. We got 3 weekends coming up. We got this upcoming weekend, October 28th and 29th. That's the first qualifier. November 4th and 5th will be the second qualifier, and then we will have the grand finals on November 11th and 12th. So, how good are you in the Rift? How good are you at League of Legends? Can you manage your charms, your baits, and all your Baron retakes? We'll see how it actually goes down.
I'm very much looking forward to that, Billy. I don't know enough about League of Legends to cast it, but I do enjoy some gameplay. Can't wait for that Fall Open. It's going to be amazing. And also, can't wait for this Map 5. Our final game of the week comes down to one last escort. We'll see you there in a few. Arizona State started off real strong. The Inferno took a 2-0 lead and looked indomitable after Kings Row. But Simon Fraser half comes screaming back with a killer Genji pick coming out of Zephyr. And now they threaten the reverse sweep as we head into map 5 on Escort.
Oh, boy. I mean, Zephyr has been the catalyst.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh. So good. Absolutely so good. The deflects have been good. The dashes have been good. And just that nuisance factor. You know, you talk about a tracer being like the real nuisance factor. I think Genji provides a lot more nuisance factor and a lot more lethality. And we saw that time and time again here in the past 2 maps. So the adaptation, you know, they finally figured out that Bastion wasn't working for them. And we'll see what happens here on the next map coming up. And we're looking at, you know, the map choice coming in, and Shambali Monastery is going to be our next map. So Genji can work here, yes, but I don't know if they want to roll in this direction. Blunder likes the Sigma. Sigma plays very well here, Jeff.
Yeah, but Sigma, honestly, if I'm SFU, I say stick with what's been working. The Sojourn Genji combo was so strong, and it seems to just catch SFU off guard and just throw them out of the game plan that they wanted. SFU really good with all their guns pointed in the right direction, put a May wall up, everybody focused down Blunder. This is what worked for them the first 2 maps. But now SFU have been surrounding them, taking 3-point attacks where they'll put Arc on an off angle, send Zephyr into the backline, and Blunder up the front, and the Inferno haven't found a good answer. So with that, I think it's on the Inferno to come out and show us they can counter that before the SFU squad changes anything.
That's why I think the Sigma actually would be a great choice here, is because they're expecting the JQ, right? So my reasoning here is keep the Genji and Sojourn. Forget about the Mei. Forget about the Bastion. Sojourn Genji is where you're getting the majority of your kills right now. And, well, you know what? They listened to you this time. And they're actually going to go in with the same composition that we saw in New Queen Street. So we're going to see Nova bringing out the Sigma, which we have not seen. They are feeling the pressure right now, Jeff. They are absolutely up against it.
Boy, maybe this is the answer. I mean, Zephyr could struggle against the Sigma. I mean, that's Genji's worst nightmare is a giant accretion rock flying at you. You are toast if that thing hits you. There is no coming back from that, and you can't deflect it. So, with that said, Nova is going to go ahead and swap over to the JQ last minute.
Oh, boy.
Zephyr may not know it, but I think they're breathing a sigh of relief subconsciously.
I mean, we're breathing it for him.
Yeah, there you go.
We'll see it. And, I mean, the fact that we don't see a Symmetra here. Because Symmetra...
No, it's it's a front-loaded approach. This is what Inferno are good at. Everybody point your gun at Blunder. You gotta be able to wall them off. Otherwise, Arc and Zephyr are gonna be able to get around. And there it is. Zephyr trying to play that off angle, and it just distracts Zawana enough for Akasha to find the first blood here on Shambali Monastery. Nova's not gonna last long. And this is gonna be a good start here for SFU.
Zephyr has cojones of steel right now because just basically waited in the back line and got it done. Oh my god, what a stagger kill coming from Zephyr. Yeah, I mean, Zephyr has been the catalyst for this Raccoon squad. And yeah, now we have gone back to the Sigma, so now there's a lot of room for pause here for the Genji player.
You could see Zephyr immediately recognizing that, being very cautious around this corner. Oh, using the ceiling to try to find entrance into the back. But everybody from the Inferno recognize it. Call out is there. They back up. They don't have their dash, or they do have their dash. They just have the deflect. It's gonna hang out in this room. Oh, they used the dash on the Mei. No, you needed to use the dash to escape. That's why I thought you didn't have it. Stuck around way too long. And what has been the X factor for SFU is now gone early in this defense on point A.
Yep, and there goes Lucio as well, so they have to make a full retreat here, and there's not speed to get them out. And the wall's going to keep everybody out. Oh, boy. Not good here. Inferno, smelling blood in the water.
Yeah, they got one on cart. The question is, can they hold SFU from a recontest? It'll take another kill, I think, from the Inferno if they're going to stop a full second fight.
Well, I mean, we're going to have dueling ults here from the windows. But you have both DPL supplements ready to go.
Oh, here comes the blade into the back, right behind the amplification matrix. Has to deal with that pesky lamp first, and the sound barrier keeps everybody alive. So, Zephyr has to walk off empty-handed. It's Blunder's turn, hitting all 5 once again with the Rampage and dicing through everyone.
Oh, boy, and they're going to stagger the May. Oh, this is brutal.
Yeah. That'll pretty much ensure, I think, it's 2 fights remaining here for Inferno. That was an interesting threshold of catching the May right at that, like, $130, $145 mark.
Right.
And the difference between 2 or 3 fights, you know?
Yeah, I mean, and the bigger difference is that they've got the sound barrier. So Noah's going to think, you know what, I'm going into this with the Flux. I'm good to go. You put out the Flux, sound barrier in response. You wait a couple seconds, put out the overclock, and we know how lethal Arc is with that.
No, but it's just hunting Zephyr. Yeah, all sights were on Zephyr right there. A nice wall is going to hold Blunder into all of that damage. Zaps with a late sound barrier overclock from the back, and uOttawa goes down. Gravitic Flux hits all 4 remaining members, though, and the 2 supports are scrambling. Zaps, I believe, is still holding cart, but Nova's moved through and annihilated the rest of your team, so this is going to be a point I pick up here from the Inferno.
What kind of changes do we see from SFU? That's the big question right now, because there's a lot of front-loaded progress here from the Inferno. There's a lot of damage that comes out. And with the Akasha Kiriko, you don't have that immortality barrier that can keep you up through all this front-loaded damage. So this is the problem here for SFU. They need to figure out the Rubik's Cube in a hurry.
These reinforcements show up just in the nick of time. There's an accretion onto Zephyr. They're lucky to fall down to the low ground. A lot of damage on to Nova. Looks like they're trying to be very conservative with the shield. Let it recharge. Yeah, it's already cracked. But with Zaps down, the options from SFU are very limited now. Attention turn on to Blunder. There's no disengage available. It is kill or be killed. So it looks like it's going to be a concerted rush coming out from Sam Frazier to try to see if they can win out this fight. Zephyr is here, very close to a blade. This rush could help him build up the rest. Tipster has been phenomenal with the blizzards and has one in the pocket ready to go. Wants to catch down this Genji before they can slice through your backline. There comes the blade from Zephyr all over H2O. There is no escape from that. The Bastion's not going to live. Onto the Lucio goes Zephyr, and it is 3 again under the weight of this katana.
But they did not engage their support elements, so they have some serious punching power going into this next fight. So for SFU,
ignore that blizzard,
right? So I mean, they have stuff to deal with it right now, but they also have the extra staying power. So I think that they hold on to their ultimates here. It's a minute 15 almost going into this next fight. Really, for SFU to win this next engagement, they have to get an early pick out of the gate.
Oh, it looks like a Gravitic Flux is going to be used to try to do that. Shout from Blunder just at the right moment, but the wall keeps him from getting any kind of heals. The Creation Rock might just shut down Zephyr, but they can't lock it down. Zephyr's able to dodge around all of it. Eventually, between the combination of Tipster and Nova, they get the job done and get that pesky Genji out of their back line.
Yeah, I mean,
Zaps.
Zaps. Yeah, Zaps was again saving the day, even though Arc does go down. So I mean, you lose a little bit of that speed engage, you lose a little bit of that staying power. And I mean, as we round the corner here, you know, if Zaps can get out a good sound barrier here and catch enough people, I think they have enough to keep them in this fight.
Watch Tipster at the top of your screen. Wall and Blizzard. Expect it. Know what's going to happen. Rampage finds 4, but the wall's going to keep anybody in, and Sound Barrier is there for the Inferno. Sound Barrier from both sides, as a matter of fact, and the Blizzard doesn't hit anyone. Zaps is trying to escape and cannot. Looks like SFU are a bit scattered, and both supports are nowhere near the front line. So, well, Blunder ends up on an island, and Inferno end up with a point B cap.
Yep, that wall was everything. Tips are regaining their May supremacy here on map number 5, up in the mountains, in the snowy wastelands of Nepal, and they get it done. The Burning Inferno coming up hot here in the snowy wasteland.
Looking like their formal selves again, at least earlier than that. What an accretion! Landed down on a blunder. Overclock in the back, but Arc not able to find the same success this time that we'd seen in the previous 2 maps. Ends up falling, as a matter of fact. But some slick moves from Zaps. Dances all over Tipster's head. So Raccoons will have to do this without, the Inferno will have to do this without their May. Zaps falling back. It's got to keep Blunder alive for hoping a weak contest.
Flux available. No sound barrier. So, I mean, it's going to have to come up to something from Blunder, and nope, they're done.
Oh, Blunder just ragdolls out of the sky. Zephyr trying to pull out some late game heroics once again. Dodges around the rocket, has already picked up 2 kills. Arc is down, though, and it's just Akasha and Zephyr locking down this point with 19 seconds to go. Make that only Zephyr. You can't deflect the May, but the Lucio is low, and Zephyr finds them out of the sky with the melee. Gets another one. You have got to be kidding me. Zephyr brings this back from impossible odds.
I mean, that might have just saved the entire map for SFU. What a hero play from Zephyr. Once again, coming up big on the Genji and clutching a fight out. Oh my word.
Can we just change the name X Factor to the Z Factor? Like, just the Z Factor. They're Canadian. We got to do it right. It's the Z Factor coming out from Zephyr that has been such a monstrous difference maker. Incredible impact since the Genji swap. Right? I mean, just feast on this, friends. Feast with your eyes.
I mean, let's shout out Dongman way back on Lijiang, trying to keep their team in it, waiting for Arc to get back in here, and then coming through big time. Arc getting kind of pummeled around here by the Sigma. But man, the Z Factor indeed. A massive love out to you for giving us Canadians and the rest of the world the proper name of Z. And well, man, I mean, absolutely flawless on the Genji so far.
I mean, the Inferno tried to answer. I mean, the Nova Sigma was good. I mean, some of those fluxes were outstanding. And it was just still not enough to keep Zephyr from running through, from having their way with your team. What a turnaround now. Look at this difference. Simon Fraser, are you running out with this double sniper comp? Oh, this looks fun. I'm guessing it's just for an initial pick and then we're going to make some swaps. Yeah, that's what I thought.
I mean, I didn't hate it. And I mean, it definitely gave them room for pause.
Oh, an opportunity to find first blood, which would have just opened up the entirety of the first point. So, Wall here. Cautious trying to get over it, make sure they can keep Blunder alive. Blunder isn't able to back out. Kasha loops around to keep them alive, so good rotation from the supports to match their tank movement here. And what was a very dangerous spot against a very aggressive team. Zephyr, look at me how long they can stay around with all that damage coming at him. It's ridiculous. That Jagged Knife is going to land. A Carnage lands as well as the shot. Woo! Nova with a big 1-2 punch. Showing us some of that Joker Queen supremacy we saw in the neutral.
Yeah, and I mean, you give massive love to No Limit there. 66% and counting towards their sound barrier. The amp speed absolutely crushing the Raccoons as they stand. But, I mean...
Oh, Nova's in trouble.
Blunder is going to possibly turn this all around.
Suzu has already been used. If Blunder could get that up. No, they cannot! Big kill coming out from the Inferno, because that Rampage would have decimated him with nothing to protect him.
Well, we'll see what comes out here. Both supplements ready to go for the Inferno and the Rampage as well.
For Tat, Zephyr returns the favor and takes Tipster out of the fight, moments away from having their big ultimate. So the Inferno now trying to decide, all right, looks like they're just going to stay on cart, draw Blunder in. A lot of damage down, but a Kitsune Rush means that's a lot of extra healing. Suzu only finds a Kasha after that Rampage, so a Sound Barrier has to be invested here from SFU. One from the Inferno as well to try to fend off the blade of Zephyr. Running into a Kitsune rush of the bold strategy Cotton, but it is a huge purple blunder with the Rampage once again. Is the Blizzard going to be enough to fend it off? 2 kills going each way, but 2 more for the Raccoons.
Oh, man, what a counterplay there coming out of the Raccoons. And now they're going to have overclock difference. Zoana will have it, but when they come back, Zephyr needs to get out in a hurry. But, I mean, the damage is done. Like, that was the big investment that, you know, really for the Inferno, they couldn't afford to have.
Be tight. It's going to be a battle of the Sojourns here at the end. Nova's in deep. Has to use that shot to find that safe cover. An Arc with a really clever spot. But it's the overclock coming out from Zoana first. Now realizes Arc is in that crazy off angle. Oh, and here comes Arc sliding right in the middle of the team. What confidence to take that. And it's a trade on both Sojourns. Zephyr falls going in, though, and things are looking less and less favorable here for SFU.
Oh, man, what a boot coming through from No Limit. Just completely denying the sightlines there from SFU. And now we're sub 45 seconds. And it's starting to turn into the Inferno's favor.
Nova's so nasty in the neutral with this Junker coin. Like, that is just so clean. I think that's shinier in the top of your head, Billy.
Wow. Wow, 40% or 30% difference between the Junker Queens right now. I mean, you're going to have the sound barrier difference as well. So everything in the Inferno's favor, unless there's a kill in the neutral, it's going to come up big. There it is.
That's an Ajax! No Limit just got cut down mid-sound barrier. Zephyr does it again. The Zen factor is alive and well here in the waning seconds. But the SFU are going to have to do it without Zephyr. They get the cap. They get the cap. It's all good. If you're an SFU fan, they have hung on for a little bit longer.
Oh. I don't think they anticipated the blade. And I mean, taking No Limit out of the animation, absolutely massive. 2-14 as we now head into the winding tunnels of Shambali. You've got a couple of tools here available to the Raccoons. I mean, I'm looking for the answering Kitsune rush from both teams.
I mean, this is a lot of map control here for SFU. One fight win, and they'll get into third point. So now we're starting to fade. They're not able to get much off of the back of that. Yeah, here comes the counter punch from the other direction. A lot of cooldowns coming out. The Inferno are pushing hard into the pack, including a Rampage that landed onto Blunder, and the tank is gone. Arc struggling to get away as well. Nah, No Limit's not letting you out of there.
Yeah, I mean, you just hold on to your sound barrier. I mean, Zaps was 1% away from getting that sound barrier off and keeping Blunder alive. However, you've got sound barrier. You've got the Rampage and the overclock coming up. We haven't seen a deflect yet. That has deflected a ultimate yet. So, Zephyr, hold your deflect until you hear the line.
Are you just trying to call for like the craziest play ever here?
Yes.
That would be so amazing. Sound barrier out from Zaps. Moving forward, and nothing would surprise me from Zephyr or this SFU squad at this point. Blunder looking to line up the perfect Rampage. Has 3 in their sight. Ideally wants to wait for the Suzu. It's going to be Arc to start things off with the overclock. Hoping to just whittle down the reinforcements. Well, already used and Blunder's already found one. Here comes the Rampage. It's on to 1, but Zoana has their overclock ready. The Suzu was there from the Inferno. Though they're still low, they are finding kills, and the Inferno are looking likely to stop SFU despite the heroics from Arc and Blunder.
Not quite yet. I mean, Blunder still has a commanding shot.
They're pushing forward. No, this is a 3v3 here with 24 seconds to go, but I think the Inferno have more reinforcements that have shown up. That Carnage was indeed cleaved through several, which has kept Blunder alive. The same can't be said for their Kiriko. Now with the Kitsune rush out, yeah, Blunder just ate a plethora of headshots. 10 seconds to go, and the Inferno might have just won this series.
I mean, what great tenacity from both teams. I mean, we're looking for a touch from Zaps. Yeah, the boot.
No, it's going to be Zephyr. Blizzard. Of course it's Zephyr. And, Zephyr almost got out of the Blizzard, but not have any of it. Arc got booped back from the slide in and cannot get close enough. A phenomenal comeback from Simon Fraser University, but the Raccoons fall short in the end. ASU move up to 2-1 on the season on a thrilling finish to week 3.
Jeff, my heart is pounding right now. I got to tell you, my heart is absolutely pounding I mean, last second holds, Zephyr versus Nova, Blunder versus everybody else. I mean, it was so damn good. Avril would have been proud of this match.
No doubt. I'm proud of these players, Billy. I am so proud of all 10 players, 11 players we saw on the battlefield today. I mean, the brand new squad, this Inferno squad, had never played together before. No competitive experience coming into this season. And yet, look at how they perform. Look at the teamwork. Look at the focus fire. When they are all on the same page, nothing can survive the Inferno onslaught.
Oh my God, it's so good. It's absolutely so good. And I want to highlight Zephyr. I mean, the swap.
Yeah, how could you not? I feel like Zephyr's still player of the match, honestly.
Yep. 100% agree. And let's talk about Boom Diata, Precocious, their coach, believing in the swap.
Oh, that was such a good play from Nova.
Oh, God. This is, I mean, you could take your pick right now and build a reel over the plays for these players. I mean, absolutely massive out of all of them.
Z factor of Zephyr almost brought SFU back into the reverse sweep, but Stalwart, Tank, and Nova and the rest of the Inferno rise up when it matters most, heat up at the best possible moment. They hang on to win this Season 3 match. I mean, just look at all the highlights, Billy. Like, I felt like every team fight, we were just getting jaw-dropping plays.
I mean, it was absolutely incredible. God. So good. So good coming out from all these gamers. But here's the confirmation of how we got to where we are. You saw the first two maps go the way of the Inferno, and then the Z factor comes through on Flashpoint 3-1. They went out on New Queen Street. Kind of a gaffe there, I have to admit, from the Inferno. But then it all comes down to Shambali. And I mean, that's not a map that a lot of teams really do practice. And I think that might have been the X factor here for them. So, man, so good. So good. Absolutely jaw-dropping work from all these players.
Yeah, that's no argument. No argument from any of that. Oh, man. What a week 3 we've had, friends. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. It has been an absolute joy. Big shout out to Unfeatured and Hippie, our observer producer here for this final match tonight. And yeah, we do want to remind you, we have NECC action going on all week long across a variety of titles. So be sure to go follow the socials. They're on Instagram and YouTube, on X. They're all there for you. And we will send you updates, info. We'll keep you active on everything going on here in the league. So be sure to go drop it a follow. And, well, in the meantime, have a wonderful evening. Look out for each other in game and out. We'll see you next week. Bye, friends.